We are good to go on my end. How are things on your end?
Right as rain.
All right. How's it going, everybody? I'm here today with the incredible Raider Echo.
Hi, hi, hi.
How's your day going, Raider?
I am good. How about yourself?
I am doing pretty well. Now, I forgot to ask beforehand. Do you prefer Raider? Do you prefer Echo, or do you want me to go the distance? Raider
Generally,
Echo.
I go by Echo, but it doesn't particularly,
Gotcha.
matter either which way. Some people call me one, some people call me the other. Some people call me both at the same time, so.
Gotcha. Cool.
Hi,
Let's
Evil
see.
Angel. How you doing?
Yes, everyone, please use the collab command,
And thank you
or
for the
check the
follow.
automated messages, or you can use the stream title to go hang out with Raider. He's a super cool guy, and
Aw,
yeah.
such a sweetheart you are.
Hey, well, I need you to carry me through this grim dark future where there is only war. So, I'm trying to be as good as possible here.
Oh, I forgot to put in my title that I have the collab command thing. Shit.
No worries. Don't worry about it. Golf ain't no problem.
There we go.
Going on the fly. All right, so.
Oh shit. Hold on, I gotta do push-ups already.
Nice. Let's go. Evil Angel, the push-ups are not cardio.
Hello there.
That's not what that means.
5. Yeah, that is not cardio.
Okay.
It's not cardio, but I appreciate the sentiment.
So.
Oh, and thank you for the follow, Keith Bissett. Appreciate you.
All right.
We're both getting our exercise in today.
3, 4, and 5. Okay. Cool. Let's see. So, first things first, I gotta pick my class here. I'm on the starting screen. This is my 1st time playing this, which is why Echo is gonna be carrying me. All right.
Yep.
So we've got. Let's see. We have gun guy, priest guy, psyker, or Shrek. Hi, Mara. What's up?
Damn, I guess I really be Shrek then.
Great.
I have one of each, so I can be whatever we need me to be.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you over these bears. There's like way too many.
Oh,
Let's see.
they're throwing bears at you.
All right. From what I remember, one of my friends actually really likes the Imperial Marines, I guess, or the Imperial Guard or whatever they're called. Even
Oh,
more than the
yes,
Space
yes.
Marines.
Imperial Guard, the imps.
So what I might do is maybe I will go with a sharpshooter. Why not?
Okay,
Plasma guns. Let's see. Two-handed chainswords and flamers.
Imperial Guard
like
is
the
pretty
idea.
nice. They're the regular Joes of 40k.
All right, we'll do it. No problem, Mara. Thank you for the lurk. All right. All right, cool. What should my homeworld be?
Oh, I don't know. What do
Whoa,
you want
okay.
it to be?
Let's see.
Guard for the win. I mean, Guard is pretty cool.
Crucis.
Not my favorite faction, but they are very cool. They're definitely up there.
Minor Shrine World. Messalina Gloriana.
I will.
Kind of like the idea of
into
either
meat
Crucis
grinder.
or Messalina Gloriana, but Agri World.
I believe for my Ogren, I believe I chose the.
You are.
Oh fuck! What are they called? I think it's called like Moebia or something like that. Mobia.
No, I think the human empire is it's the Mobian domain.
Oh, it might have been. I don't know. It's been so long since I created my character.
There's
I'm trying to remember.
Mornax, which is a nightmare planet. Havana. I'm gonna be from Messalina Gloriana. I want to be from the heavily forested planet where tons of people are not where people don't live. I feel
Hmm.
like
Hmm.
I feel like in the 40k universe, just being as far away from everyone as possible is like the best option.
Sometimes that's the worst option though.
I guess so. Like if orcs show
Especially
up,
when the nids arrive or just any kind of warp
fair,
fuckery happens. It's really
fair.
bad to be far.
Wait, but doesn't warp stuff happen in the presence of a lot of like psychers and like psychic stuff? Isn't that what they're drawn to?
Not necessarily,
Huh.
because the warp can technically manifest anywhere at any time, but is generally going to be caused by somebody doing some kind of specific warp fuckery. So, your
Hmm.
chaos goons or your psychers, stuff like that. But it can technically just happen anywhere because,
Gotcha.
the Eye of Terror is wide open and there is just a giant area of the entire galaxy that is just a direct link to the Immaterium. So it's
Gotcha.
really
Gotcha.
easy for
Gotcha.
that stuff to just kind of leak over.
I
Or
think
or random warp storms. Those also happen too. Those are really, really bad.
we'll go with Saint Polisher. Why not?
Because when a warp
Uh,
storm happens, you might not hear from a world for 10,000 years.
let's see. Hive Ganger, Comfort 3 Discipline, Conscripted. I don't think I ever want to be conscripted in this universe. Witness to a crime.
Most people are.
I'm gonna be enlisted. Why not? Oh, so I signed up to fight.
You chose this fate.
The Xeno scum. Let's go, baby. Recruited. Saved by the Sarge. Field promotion.
Or it may just snap into the warp. Yeah, that's true. Planets can literally sometimes just get yoinked into the warp. Never to be seen again.
Let's go.
Becoming a planet full of warp fuckery.
Gonna go
Warp fuckery is
for
one of my favorite phases to say.
elite
I don't know why.
formation. Let's go. Oh gosh. Why? That was very interesting. So okay. What would you? Why does everyone just look so haggard and old? Uh,
Because anyone who's spent any amount of time in the guard is gonna look pretty shit.
I suppose you're right.
Most people that are conscripted into the guard don't even last more than 4 years.
That's yeah.
And that's,
Makes sense.
that's a generous estimate.
Huh.
Most of the time, when you're conscripted into the guard, you're probably gonna die on your first mission.
Interesting. All right.
Because they send millions of you fuckers at the enemy, because what you lack in armor and actual good rifles, you make up for in body count.
My backstory is that I'm part of an elite crew.
Yeah.
So,
Nice.
we'll go. Just
I
totally out of
still
place, like-
wish that you could have chosen from some of like the more like major worlds. Like I wish I could have been like a Kriegsman, one of the Death Corps of Krieg,
Oh,
'cause-
interesting.
because they're fucked up, and possibly clones,
Impossible.
but nobody knows.
What do you mean possibly clones?
So there was a giant civil war because there was some heresy going on Krieg, and
Heresy.
yeah, that
Oh.
some of them just were not happy with the Imperium and didn't want to be a part of the Imperium, but the other ones are hyper loyal, so they kind of had like a civil war on there.
You know what
And,
happens when there's heresy? You gotta deal with the heresy, right?
Yeah. Well, the loyalists won out there, but the thing is their numbers were super duper dwindled from there. But somehow their highest export of anything for the Guard specifically is people.
Uh-huh.
But the Imperium is not going to question how they're getting people, because they are putting out a fuck ton of people. So it's possible that they're using some method that they're not really supposed to be using to make up for the lack of any kind of other resource on their planet.
Wait, why are they?
So
not
they might be
supposed
cloning.
to be using that again?
Because any kind of like relatively advanced technology is pretty much banned in 40k. They don't want you using it.
Didn't the Emperor himself use cloning?
Sort of. But also, he's the
Uh,
emperor, so of course he's allowed to do whatever the fuck he wants.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, because he did use some advanced technology and possibly some help from the Chaos Gods to make his sons.
Ah.
Yeah. And he doesn't want anybody else to mess with that stuff. Partially because he doesn't trust them, and partially because he doesn't trust the technology itself. Ah. And like Mikey is saying in my chat, Big E does whatever the fuck Big E wants.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And after the whole incident with the Men of Iron, a lot of people in the 40k universe are scared of technology, and especially AI.
Right. Okay. On my way in, we'll play the prologue.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I went for, basically, I'm an elite soldier who committed insubordination.
Fair.
So...
I am just
Being
chucking
able-
boxes of grenades while I'm waiting.
Are you the kind of person who tends to go for like a relatively standard character in RPGs, or do you like doing stuff that's like slightly out there?
A little bit of both. I'll usually make like one character that's like very standard, you know, just to try and get through some stuff, and then I'll usually make another character that is a little more. I'm fucking around with like a theme or something. Like I did in Elden Ring, I did a lot of that.
Are you familiar with Elder Scrolls Online?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, I've played that a few times with Shay.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Are you familiar with the... Well, you know the trailers, right? You know that, like, Breton guy with the greatsword?
I don't remember.
And he's, like, this massive Breton knight who everybody thinks is super awesome because he, like... I think he has at least one fight with, like, the main party where he takes on all three of them and, like, practically beats them.
Oh, yeah, I think I know what you're talking about, where they're, like, on, like, the rooftop or something, right?
Yeah, and so I saw a tweet today. War calls will answer. Yes. War is not a question. War is
the
war is a
answer.
question, and the answer is yes.
That just reminds me of the saying, violence is never the answer, it's the question. The answer is yes.
Yes, the traitor's hand lies closer than you think. Thou art the hand of the Emperor. Guide thy sword against the sword. Interesting. I'm gonna rejoice in the service. Thank you for the push-ups and the hydrate, cat. Let's go. 1, 2.
I'm just chucking boxes at dogs. You know, like a normal, insane human being.
Interesting. But basically, there was a tweet that I saw today that had a clip of that Breton guy, and the caption was like, "Oh, our game has tons of custom, you know, races and classes," and it's like, I just make another human fighter class. But gosh, when all is dark, remember the Emperor. This is the light that fadeth not. The mutant is guileful.
I'm pretty sure the first guy I made in ESO was like a fucking like werewolf dude.
Huh.
Because
Yeah?
I think some random person just came up and fucking bit my guy.
Huh.
And I was just like, okay, I guess this is what I'm doing now.
Gotcha.
I'm trying to remember what I named him, because it has been a little while since I played it.
So I typically go with Bretons. I can't tell if I'm supposed to be spacebarring through all of this, and eventually it will...
Oh, no, that's just the loading screen.
Oh, okay. I was like, this is a very long prayer that I have to do.
No, they just let you scroll through them, because a lot of them are just, like, funny little things.
Gotcha.
Well, funny in the only way that Warhammer knows how to be funny, which is completely and utterly overly dramatic.
Yeah. I tend... in Elder Scrolls, I usually go for Bretons. Because, first of all, high magic resistance and cool powers. And second of all, I've always liked the idea of, like, a half-elf. Or, like, for instance, one of my favorite characters ever is half-vampire. So...
Which character would that be?
Alucard from Castlevania.
Oh, right. Yeah, I think we talked about Castlevania for a long time the last time we streamed together.
Hmm.
Yeah, because I remember we were having a little bit of a debate about the anime of it.
Oh God.
Because you did not like it. I thought it was
But-
okay as an anime.
No.
But we don't need to get back into that. I mean, unless you wanted to get back into that.
I will do that as soon as I'm out of this cutscene.
Fair.
We can fight. Yeah, I can turn up Echo. Is he a little quiet?
Am I quiet?
Apparently on my end here. Let me turn you up. Try talking now.
I mean, I can yell if you want me to. I can screech.
I think we're good. How's that, Mara?
Shit, I got the purge bug now. I think I may las down some heretics. Now, I mean, go for it, Mikey. Go for it. Heretics must die. Let's do it.
Why are humans working with what looks like a zombie covered in bombs?
Heresy.
Oh.
They're...
So they're specifically aligned with...
Yeah.
With chaos.
Yes. Generally, when we're talking heretics, we're talking regular people who have been corrupted or influenced in some way by one of the chaos gods and are either wittingly or unwittingly doing their bidding. So, if you see normal dudes running around in here, they're probably just cultists.
What do the chaos gods have to offer?
Well, depends on the chaos god. Sometimes it's nothing at all that's good for you, and other times it's everything you could dream of.
That's always the weird thing to me, is like every lore you ever hear about like crazy gods. Oh no, they killed Shrek. Like every time you hear about like crazy chaos gods or old ones or whatever, they never do anything good for anyone. So why would you ever trust them?
It's not necessarily an issue of trust so much as it is an issue of lack of knowledge. Most people in the Imperium do not know that the Chaos Gods exist. So a lot of times when they're being influenced by the Chaos Gods, it's subtle things. It's amplification of a desire, or, you know, like, or preying on a fear, or something like that, you know? It's a lot more subtle influences, and a lot of times people won't even know that they've been influenced at all in any way, because sometimes you're just a tiny little pawn on the grand game of chess. You don't really necessarily always know.
Interesting.
Unless an Inquisitor is talking to you, in which case you've probably done something and you're gonna die. Because the Inquisition's motto is, innocence proves nothing. It doesn't really matter if you're a traitor or not. If they think you're a traitor, you're gonna die.
So, is this just the worst, like, sci-fi thing to live in?
Yes.
And
it is the worst fictional universe that you could ever even dream of living in. Everything is terrible. You're either going to die by the hands of the people that you care about, or you're gonna just die as some backwater nobody where nobody has ever even known that your planet existed.
Interesting.
Yeah. Everything is bad. I do love, there's so many memes about that specifically. Like where people are like, oh, I wish I was in this universe, or like, oh, it'd be really cool to live in this one, but then 40k fans are just like, no, I'll take real life. I'm good with not going to the 40k universe.
What universe would you like to live in?
I don't know that I have a good answer for that.
Really? I mean, it's good if you like real life. That's always a nice thing to hear. But
something sci-fi, because I dig sci-fi a lot.
Right.
but I don't know which one I would actually be able to be alive for any extended period of time in.
Why? Like even in like the Star Wars universe, like you can live for a while. You can live for a long time. You
Yeah.
just hang out in like, any of the myriad like actually even if you were on Naboo, barring episode 1, I don't think anything happens on Naboo in Star Wars lore that I'm aware of that's like dangerous. You just kind of chill and feed and you hang out.
Yeah, I guess. But like, I don't know. That wouldn't be that much different from regular life, you know?
Exactly. But that's the thing
But like, if I'm going to a fantastical other world, I want to be able to do some cool shit, you know?
I mean, you're gonna live in space Venice, and you can take a starship wherever you want to go. Maybe you become a Jedi, maybe you don't. But
I mean, unless you would like end up in like the Undercity, like on Coruscant. Like if you played
Coruscant.
like,
I would
yeah.
never want to live in Coruscant. I don't think. It just
I mean,
seems
if
like a nightmare.
Yeah, it's not good, but it was once good.
Sith attacks. Like,
you
imagine
know?
waking up and you're trying to go to work, and then General Grievous's fleet shows up. You know?
Bro, I would try my best to serve General Grievous. I love that man.
Why?
Cause he's got 4 arms. He's sick as fuck.
Everyone who works for him dies.
I will die. Kill me now. Let me serve him.
He's living in the Grey's Anatomy universe. That hardly even counts as a universe. Why would you pull that knife out?
Yeah, I know exactly what part you're at. That's a terrible idea. That's how you die really fast.
I'm pretty sure that makes her bleed out faster.
Oh, 100%. Never ever pull the any kind of thing that's sticking into you out of you.
Not until you get medical attention, no. Or if you can patch it up or whatever, but who knows? She's totally fine. Maybe she has like auto-sealing health or whatever.
As long as she can get to a Medicaid station, she'll be fine. Oh god, the Medicaid station. I forgot about that. Are you aware of what servitors are in this universe?
Isn't it like they take your head off and they use you as a computer?
Sometimes, if you're lucky. Most of the times you're just lobotomized and then just attached bits and parts of you, where you're still somewhat conscious and able to know of your own existence, but you're forced to do things against your will.
Such as?
Sometimes, like you'll see in this one, the Medicaid station is powered by people. It is a person with lots of little tiny bits coming off of him to stab you and heal you. And sometimes you'll hear the dialogue from him when you go to heal it. He's like, I can feel my mind slowly drifting away. Please kill me.
I mean, it's a fascinating question of like, when a civilization becomes so very large, like what becomes of the value of life in times of that amount of desperation, It's weird.
I mean, pre-heresy would have been a great time to live in.
Oh, yeah.
But post-heresy, after, Big E, the Emperor, was wounded and can no longer take care of his empire effectively, everything has gone to shit. But before that, plenty of things were great. It would have been perfectly fine to live in it.
Interesting.
But now it has turned into absolutely everything that he had hoped it would not turn into.
Yeah, which is interesting.
Like, he's worshipped as a god, yet he is the one who burned down all of the churches on Terra.
That sort of thing is very interesting to me, because I feel like
I mean, he specifically burned down an entire fucking planet because they were worshipping him as a god. And it made his son really upset that he did that, because his son worshipped him as a god too. And now he's a traitor.
It's strange to me.
Fucking Lorgar.
Wait, his son, you mean Horus?
No, one of his other sons, Lorgar Aurelian, the Primarch of the Word Bearers.
Because I was gonna say, like, it's strange to me that the Emperor being built up like this sort of character is like surprised about that, I guess, because it does seem like a lot of people need to have some kind of, not even necessarily from like a religious perspective, but like some kind of greater cause
Mm-hmm.
in order to like function properly. So if it wasn't, you know, for the Emperor, literally,
Mm-hmm.
then like what else could it have been?
You know, I feel like if you are really into that line of thinking, I feel like you should really read The Last Church on Terra, because that whole entire book is literally just the Emperor in disguise talking with like the last priest on Terra about like that very thing.
Yeah.
Like
It
it's really
it's
interesting.
yeah, it's definitely an interesting like perspective of like whether or not you're able to really successfully kind of uh build a society where everyone can entirely craft their own meaning.
Hmm.
It would be nice to think so, but I'm
Yeah.
not certain that people are always able to do it.
Yeah, I
And,
wouldn't be so confident that that couldn't be a thing either.
and
Or
that's
that,
not. I mean, it's not necessarily a
I mean,
bad
large scale anyway.
thing. Like if you look at it, it's as long as it's done in moderation. You
Hmm.
know, I think that mindset is not, yeah, not necessarily a terrible thing.
Yeah.
Um, you know, like when you're on a sports team, like everything you're doing is in service of the team,
Hmm.
you know, and stuff like that. It's about just like having that level of cause.
Yeah, I think that was definitely one of the. I would say that that was one of the major weak points of the Emperor, was just that he didn't really have the foresight to see that people are going to believe things regardless of whether or not you want them to,
Yeah.
and that doesn't necessarily make them a lesser part of the whole. Like, you
Right.
could still have a separate belief from what everybody else is having and still effectively serve the greater cause.
It's
But he
yeah.
didn't like that because a lot of people were trying to worship him, and he's like, I'm not a god, I'm supposed to just be a man.
Right. Please tell me the ship is going to self-destruct. Come on. Do it.
Hmm?
Oh, I wanted the ship to dramatically explode as they flew away from it.
Nope.
Yeah, intolerance is a blessing. That's
Yeah.
not not quite words to live by.
I mean, most of the words you'll hear from the Inquisition are not exactly good words to live by.
Right.
I mean, or the Ecclesiarchy for that matter, either. They're not exactly any better. You know, most of the major organizations within the Imperium of Man are not great people to listen to.
Right.
But if you don't listen to them, you die.
That's the well, it's either you die or you become corrupted by chaos. Thank you, Mara. Thank you for the lurk.
I mean, some people live out their full lives. Granted, most
Yeah.
on really good worlds, the like amount of life that you can live is longer than our current lives.
Mm,
Like, you could live to be like well into your 100s on some planets,
mm.
especially planets where their major output is something like weapons or supplies for the guard rather than people for the guard.
Interesting. Interesting. All right, I'm
Mhm.
going to the strategium.
Ah, the strategium,
Right.
which is,
Right.
I
Right.
believe that's just the name of the main hub,
Okay.
which is good because I can exit the Psychanium if it'll let me. There we go. Thank you for the hydrate, Nicole. I really always do forget to drink water. So it is kind of a blessing that that is a built-in feature on Twitch.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Because I always get water. I just don't drink it.
Anyone in my chat, would you guys mind testing out my sound alerts to see if it's working now? Because it wasn't working before.
Oh, yeah. Mine was bugged the other day, too. I don't know if it still is either. Because I know it was, like, showing up that people were, like, redeeming it, but it wasn't actually going through. Like, I couldn't actually hear it.
Yeah, my sound redeems are still not working. That's very aggravating. Basic training. Okay, let's go.
Are you free?
We
Are
gotta
you still
trust only the
tutorialing?
Emperor, guys. I gotta do basic. I gotta get through basic training. So, do you... Shippo, thank you for the 5 push-ups. Is that punishment?
Get this man swole.
There we go. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. So, sorry. What was I saying? Oh, so do you also do the, what's it called? Like, the, what's the word I'm looking? Oh, like
Oh,
paint
thank you for the follow,
figurines and
Shippo.
stuff like that?
Yes, I do. I actually have a lot. I have a giant pile of shame of things that I have not yet painted. Because they keep coming out with such good models. Like, they're coming out with more Tyranid models, which is my favorite army, because I love me some goopy space alien boys.
Why?
I don't know. Probably because I watched fucking Alien when I was younger, and now I've just been obsessed.
Interesting.
I like me some space alien bug boys, you know? And they've come out with some really cool ones. Like they finally have a model for one of the emissaries of the Norn. They're super cool.
Huh.
They're like night size too. They're really big.
Anytime there's something where it's like humans collectively versus, I'm on Team Human.
I'm not.
Oh, really?
Most of the time, no. There is exceptions, but
are you just a misanthrope, or is there a reason for that?
no, I just like aliens.
Fair enough.
Just like I like my second favorite non-human faction is the Necrons, because I like them. Now that they're not just, you know, overrated Terminators, they're actual lore now. Well, not now. I mean, they got it a long while ago, but yeah, time is relative.
Interesting.
But when it comes to humans, though, at least in the 40k universe, I am heretic. I am on Team Heresy.
Why?
Why? Because I love them. They're my precious misunderstood boys, and I can fix them.
Xeno scum.
And because some of them had okay points, most of them had no fucking reason to be traitors. But, you know.
Who had okay points?
Night Lords.
Which ones are those?
So have you ever wanted to eat somebody's baby in front of them?
No.
Because the Night Lords will do that and skin you too.
What? Like, wait, so why explain how that's a good point?
It's not. I was just being sarcastic a little bit. I just like them because they're just the only ones that are actually honest about their intentions. They just want to kill shit for the sake of killing shit and spreading fear.
Okay.
That's it. They're just depraved murderers from a planet full of, like, gangers and hive scum. They're not good people, and they know they're not good people. They never were good people, and they've never claimed to be good people. They're the only ones in the 40k universe that are very honest. They're not gonna lie to you, because they're probably gonna kill you, because that's what they've always been about.
Interesting.
Plus, they've just got a cool design. Like, they got a lot of, like, the blue and gold with little bits of red. They got a lot of, like, Batwing influence on them, too. A lot of, like, Slavic vibes as well. It's very interesting.
You'll have to send that to me. Let's see. I gotta figure out what's going on with this. While we're
Although their Primarch was a little insane.
Things. Oh, that's
more
super
than a little.
interesting.
I actually have the Night Lords trilogy on my bookshelf right behind me. Because they're very cool. The stories are really good. They're not good guys, but sometimes they could be okay.
Right. So Shippo, interesting. That was sus. I just looked this up on the dashboard. It's queued, but it's not playing, and I don't know why that would be. Anyways, we'll figure it out. But, yeah, I think as far as this goes for me, I'm most aligned with humanity, because I am one. I'm always team human. Go us.
Fair enough.
And then maybe Tau. Tau seemed kind of cool.
Ah, space weebs.
Also, so what's very interesting, that I would love is, have you ever heard of Advent Rising?
No, I've not.
Okay, it's not a very good video game at all.
Okay.
But the idea that I like is that it takes place in a universe where space aliens worship humans as gods.
That
no problem
seems backwards from normal.
Yeah. So, and the interesting thing is that, like, by the time that they find humans haven't fully realized their potential. And so there are these aliens that want to wipe out humanity before they can, like, ascend to basically godhood. I like that idea.
Huh.
I like the idea
It
of
sounds
infinite...
definitely like an interesting, like basis for a universe. Shame that you said it's not a good game.
Yeah, no, it was not very good.
Though, arguably the same could be said about a lot of Warhammer stuff. The universe is good, but a lot of the games are kind of okay at best, but not great.
Is this a chaos train? Is this whole train chaos?
I love chaos. Where's chaos?
There's green smoke coming out of it.
Oh, yes, probably. If you're watching the train crash into the place and spread gases, yeah, that's a Nurgle plague that's on that train.
Oh.
Which Nurgle is one of the chaos gods.
I see.
God of stagnancy and regrowth.
And regrowth.
Yes, a lot of the chaos gods, people take at very face value as being just one thing, but they're honestly, most of the time what they are is they're one thing and it's inverse, but just represented in a very strange way.
Interesting.
Like, for example, Khorne. A lot of people think of him as just pure bloodlust and murder. But on the flip side of him is also the sense of like honor in combat. It's like they don't really care about weak people. They're not generally going to fuck with people who are weak. They don't care about that. They want the honor of fighting somebody for the sake of like, I don't know, like that honor in combat. Like if I lost because this person was stronger to me, and that's an honor. If I beat them, it was an honor to have fought them. Like for every one of these gods, there's pretty much like a flip side to it. Granted, it's generally smaller. It's not like a larger thing because they are supposed to be represented by like as some form of human desire and emotion and thought. That's what created the chaos gods. So a lot of times it is the overwhelming negative part that has created them, but there is some little parts to them that is not necessarily good, but is like its inverse or is another part of its representation that isn't bad.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's, huh. So
Yeah.
that's another thing is like if the chaos gods basically have good points or good elements to like what they there's a man with no legs running around. That was weird. You guys saw that, right, chat? But if they have good points, then why do they need to essentially like mind control people? Why can't they just kind of do their thing? I'm in the game with other players now, by the way.
Okay.
I can access the mission terminal and everything.
Okay, let me invite you.
All right.
To the strike team. And to answer your question, because there's this concept between the Chaos Gods of the great game, they all want to beat each other because none of the Chaos Gods like each other. Mm-hmm. And in order to do that, they don't really... They're not going to fight each other directly, because there's not really any point in that. They're not physical entities. They can't really fight each other. So they're using the material world as their plaything to fight each other.
Okay.
So a lot of times when they're influencing people, it's because they're trying to get them to do something against one of the other Chaos Gods' minions.
Interesting.
But, you know, people also have their own free will, so sometimes it's just like they're empowering a specific god through their actions.
Huh.
So, like, you know, if one's a little bit influenced by Korn and he starts beating the shit out of somebody else, even if it's not another god's puppet, he's still, like, empowering that god.
Gotcha.
Because he's doing the action that they represent.
Mm-hmm. Wait, so we are in a strike team, right?
Yes, we are in a strike team.
Okay.
Which means I can put us in a mission.
Alright. Shippo says, Korn is like a Knight's Code type thing, except not protecting the weak, just not bothering the weak, because there's no honor in it.
Yeah. They're definitely not going to protect the weak. If the weak gets in the way, the weak will die. But they're not going to go out of their way for it. Unless you're a World Eater who's just gone completely blood crazy, in which case then you might go after some civilians, because, you know, they're crazy.
So, Chaos really only kind of seems to interfere with humanity most of all. Like, why is it... Are there Eldar that work in service of Chaos? Because I don't think I've seen any.
Yes. There is an entire race of Eldar that is called the Dark Eldar, or Drukhari, that are almost entirely in service to Slaanesh, because Slaanesh really wants to fuck up the Eldar. Oh, it joined us in an in-progress one.
Didn't her birth
oh, wait, it didn't pull you in here.
Do that?
What the heck? Did it not queue you into the mission with me?
It's still loading on my end. I don't know why. Oh. It seems to be taking longer to load stuff on my end, but I mean, I have a very good internet connection, and also I do.
Sometimes Darktide is a little buckety, so that doesn't necessarily surprise me.
Yeah.
But what were you saying?
What was I saying? Something about
the Dark Eldar.
Oh, yeah, because Slaanesh was basically given birth to by the Eldar, right?
Yes.
Like, they unintentionally created her?
Yeah, through just sheer depravity.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think, as far as I'm aware, Slaanesh is the only god that has been explicitly created by another non-human race.
Oh.
Though there are other minor warp deities that exist. Like, there is one that has been briefly mentioned that is supposed to be the embodiment of the greater good, which would make it a Tau demon. But most of those other ones are minor ones that are briefly, if at all, mentioned in the lore.
Interesting.
Yeah. Because it is a very human-centric universe. A lot of the stories
Right.
are told from the perspective of humans.
Isn't there a game? I thought there actually was a game that from what I understand, a lot of people actually really didn't like, but it was a game where you do play as Tau.
Yeah, I believe it was called Tau Fire Warriors.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, I never played that one myself, but I heard it was not necessarily the greatest game in the world.
Ow.
Oh, you're being mauled by a dog.
Yep. I impressive that the guy cut its head off from the back. Ow. Why is the footstep noise when you're in the fire? It's like you're walking on your tippy toes. That's what.
I don't know. I never have thought about that. Never given that any consideration.
It's just very fast, like tip tap, and you're like. Hut, 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 hut.
Fuck. I just like cutting people in half with my shield.
There was someone behind us that exploded into goo, so that was kind of neat.
Yeah, this game has a lot of viscera. A lot of gore.
So wait, why is it? What is it that makes the Space Marine bolt guns better than laser weapons?
Because their bullets are about the size of a, not the size of a soda can, and, are pretty much packed with explosives behind a tip made out of, I believe, ceramite. It's specifically meant to cut through, like, heavier armors. And, you know, most things that are bad in this universe have really tough skin. So laser rifles are pretty much the equivalent of trying to play laser tag with someone who has a shotgun. It's
So
not
the
going to go very well for you.
The interesting thing about the bolt gun, from my understanding, is that the projectiles fired from a bolt gun are rocket propelled.
Yep.
And the problem with that is that that means that the closer you are when fighting someone, which Space Marines often are, the less effective their weapon is.
Oh, yeah.
Which is why, I don't know if you're familiar with this, but back in the 60s, we basically invented the bolt gun. But decided to not use it.
That does not surprise me. I mean, like...
Oh, there's a
Oh,
large
Plague
thing
Ogren.
behind me.
Plague Ogren, yep.
Ah!
A very, very minor demon.
That's, yeah. It looks pretty minor to me. It looks like you should be best friends with your character. Oh, gosh. He really
Well, I mean,
sounded
he
like...
is my character.
Wait, what?
I am an Ogren. He is an Ogren that has
Oh.
been very corrupted by Nurgle.
Oh, wait a second. Ogre.
Yep.
Oh, wait. But
I am an abhuman.
I just assumed that you were a large person.
Nope. I am one of the few that are on the list of acceptable abhumans.
Really?
Because I'm useful to the Imperium.
What,
And if
what
one
other
day-
ones are there?
I think ratlings are considered, acceptable abhumans too.
I'm gonna die. You guys went way in front of me. I didn't realize.
Psychers, I think, are also technically classified as abhuman. And yeah, you want to stay really close to people. Because the toughness gauge only replenishes when you either kill something or are close to a teammate.
It spawned a dog behind me.
Yeah, they will spawn behind you.
Okay.
Don't worry, I'm coming to the rescue.
So this is like, this is really very much like Left 4 Dead, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it's Vermintide with a Warhammer 40k skin.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, it's made by the same people. It's built on the
Right.
same system.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I just, I turned around for literally a second, and then
Yeah, see,
dog
here's a
comes out and
Medicaid
murders me.
station where you can heal yourself.
Yep. All right.
That's a person in there.
Oh. Where? Oh, hi.
Inside the thing. That's what happens when you are no longer
Oh.
useful to the Imperium, but are still loyal.
I thought you meant the person or the people up there.
No,
Uh,
the one inside of the Medicaid station,
yeah.
where
You
only
know,
part of his torso and his head are still intact.
so this is actually an interesting thing. Obviously, not to that, uh, not to that level of intensity, but the what's it called? Like a lot of people are worried about AI these days, and honestly, I think that the response to that in many ways is kind of like there will be more and more technologies that come out that are about like people becoming more like machines rather than making machines more like people. So, for
Hmm.
example, have you seen the movie, the new Dune movie?
No, I have not.
Oh, okay. Because the interesting thing about the
I
Dune
don't watch many
universe,
movies.
okay. Well, I would recommend it. I think you might actually like it. Um, but the interesting thing about the Dune movies, from what I remember, part of the lore is I think they also had a problem with AI, where they had to outlaw it. Um, and so basically, what they did in response is they oh gosh, what the heck was that? Uh, in response, yeah, they also outlawed AI.
Hmm.
But what they did was they have these people first. They have all sorts of different people who are enhanced in various ways. So, for example, they have these guys called mentats, where they're basically like,
Mentats.
yeah, they're humans, but they've been enhanced, so they can basically do a lot of computing, like in their brain rather than using a computer to do it.
Is there a reason
And
for that name though? Mentat?
mentat, I
Yeah.
forgot what it literally means.
Okay. It just sounds very familiar to me for some reason.
Oh, do you play Fallout? Mentats is one of the
Oh,
drugs that you could take
yep, that's
in
why.
Fallout.
My good buddy Mike, who's in the chat, is very obsessed with Fallout. So he has
Gotcha.
told me a lot about Fallout stuff. Like I know a good bit, but I never really got into the games much myself. But
And then
that explains it.
yeah, and then if you know anything about Dune, they always talk about the spice. Uh,
Hmm.
the reason why spice is important is specifically because it's psychoactive and it has all these different properties. But one of the things that it's used for, oh, thank you for the follow, Dark Carnival. One of the things that it's used for is it enhances these people from the so-called spacing guild, and basically what they do is they sit in these spice tanks, and it allows them to predict the future enough so they can properly plan out their like hyperspace routes, because they
Oh,
can't because they don't have sophisticated computers anymore that would be able to plan those things out for them.
okay. So they're effectively somewhere between an astropath and a navigator from 40K.
Yeah, yeah. Um,
Which
for the
also,
blood
side
time.
note, navigators are also an acceptable lab human.
Yeah. Wait, aren't they? Aren't
They
they
have another eye
psychers,
that
though?
lets them see the currents of the warp. They are not technically psychers by default, but some of them are also psychers.
Okay. I assumed that that was just like another. Oh, we can shoot through this fence. Okay.
Yep.
I always assumed that they would just be they would be psychers.
No.
Interesting.
A lot of people would consider them one and the same just because of, like, how their ability, like, presents itself. But
Huh.
they're not technically the same. Like, you'd be able to tell a navigator because they have a third eyeball above their eyes. But also don't look at that eyeball
Oh.
or you're dead.
Interesting.
That's why they wear a blindfold on their forehead.
Ah.
Or sometimes, if they've committed a crime or something, they will have a literal, like, metal device strapped to their head or that eye gouged out.
Huh.
Yeah.
You like to joke that psychers smoke weed? No, they're doing the spice, dude.
Yeah, they're doing spice.
But yeah. And if I'm remembering correctly, the spice is actually pooped out by the giant worms.
What?
Yeah, so there are these giant space worms on this one planet, which is the planet where they discovered spice.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm remembering correctly, it's pooped out by the giant worms. Spice is just like traces of the worm poop that float around. But
I see.
Chippo's saying not quite, so it's entirely possible that I'm wrong. That's what I heard, but I'm probably wrong.
Okay. Oh, Mike says that apparently spice is also the name of a drug in 40K.
Yeah, it is also in Star Wars, I think, unless Han Solo being a spice runner means something else. I mean, maybe they mean literal spice.
Maybe they're just like, you know, the space British and they just don't have any spices in their food. Just flavorless.
It's
But they still move it around for some reason. Because the British did do a lot of spice trading way back in the day. And yet their food is still pretty bland as shit. At least from what I hear.
We're gonna put the skull crab thing on there, and then
that's also a servitor. That was once a person too.
Yeah. Yep.
There's also little babies too, that have been lobotomized and had wings attached to them to fly around and generally serve the Sisters of Battle. The Adepta Sororitas.
I see.
Yeah. They're weird. I don't know why they did that to babies.
Yeah, that, generally speaking, doesn't really seem like a good thing to do, but I could be wrong.
Well, the thing with 40K is just about any decision is not a good thing to do.
Right, yeah,
and they do it anyway. There's this running theme within 40K that there are no good guys, only bad guys and worse guys.
Right. And that's why the Imperial Man is the best, guys. Alright. Actually, I mean, I guess... The orcs aren't really, like... They're not even necessarily evil. They're just, like, creatures of instinct, aren't they?
Pretty much. Yeah, a lot of people...
No,
it's sort of a...
I'm not giving them enough credit.
It's sort of a half joke, but also kind of serious that people say orcs are the happiest race within 40K. Because they're the only ones that get to do what they want and are happy about it almost all of the time.
Yep. I do love the idea of...
Plus their power is imagination.
This is actually the greatest thing ever for people in chat who don't know this universe. The most amazing thing about this game is that the orcs have collective psychic powers. So if their entire race believes something, then it comes...
Doesn't even have to be their entire race.
Which is why...
It can be 5 or more.
The orc tradition that painting things red makes them go faster is true.
Yep. And purple is the sneakiest color, because you've never seen a purple orc.
That's amazing.
That's their entire logic behind it, too. It's not like because they've never seen the color purple, it's just, you've never seen a purple orc. But sometimes there have been known to be, like, red orcs. Sometimes there are other colored orcs, but there's not a purple orc.
That's amazing.
And then all of their shit just works because they think it works.
Yeah.
It can be literal parts that should not at all function in any way, shape, or form the way they do, and yet it works.
So wait, what are the Tyranids exactly? Are they literally just like xenomorphs or what?
They were originally based on xenomorphs, so they do share a lot in common with them.
Okay.
They are essentially extragalactic aliens. They come from outside of our galaxy and are currently invading it.
Careful, I threw a grenade.
Yeah. They take on any biomass that they can from anything that they kill and incorporate it into their genome in some way, shape, or form to make their species better, faster, stronger, smarter.
So it's basically just the xenomorphs plus... Well, actually, no. That was originally a xenomorph thing, but obviously the Flood from Halo also do that.
Mhm.
Interesting. And so, like, is their goal just assimilation, or are they just
We
like,
don't know.
Are they
Because
intelligent,
all of the
or are they just animals?
there have been some there are some forms of Tyrannid that appear to be highly intelligent. They do seem to be working with some degree of purpose.
Yeah.
Like they're like most recently the inclusion of the emissaries of the Norn have shown that they are intelligent because they specifically target people of like high rank, so they definitely understand to some degree at least like the structure of military.
Interesting.
Sometimes they'll target people of power. Oh, and also gene stealers are a thing. So sometimes before a Tyrannid Hive fleet or Splinter fleet will attack a world, what they'll do instead is some way, somehow, start changing the genetic structure of some of the people on the planet that they're gonna invade. I'm not 100% certain on how that exactly works. Sometimes it seems like it's like psychic interference with them somehow changes them. Sometimes it's just being in their general vicinity to a like a brood lord. Will change them and start turning them purple and start influencing the way that they think, and will usually end up in some way causing an uprising on the planet before the Tyranids arrive, so the planet is weak when they get there, and they have little to no resistance.
Huh.
Yeah, so there is some degree of intelligence within the Tyrannid Hive.
Gotcha.
But there's two prevailing theories about why they've come to our galaxy. The first one is they've eaten all the other ones, or are just eating their way through here. The other one, which is arguably more terrifying, is they're running from something.
Huh.
Because there's an overwhelming amount of them just all coming here. So maybe the place that they came from was conquered or destroyed, or something happened that they now must flee desperately.
Interesting.
But we don't know because the only perspective we get on the Tyranids is from survivors.
Huh.
We don't get any books from their perspective, and GW better fucking keep it that way.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you give them a concrete motive, you lose some of the value of them being just this extragalactic threat. Like there's
Right.
they're just here and they're a fucking problem.
That's interesting for sure. Have you ever heard of? So are you familiar with the Fermi paradox?
Yes, to some degree.
Okay.
I've learned about it before, but my memory is a bit hazy on it.
So the Fermi paradox is like, in a universe that's so big, with so many possibilities, how is it that we haven't found any evidence of alien life like similar to ours? And there are a few different theories, and I think the scariest one of the scariest ones, is that the first race to achieve like space travel basically just immediately became the dominant species and started going around the universe snuffing out all of the potential competition.
Yeah,
Dark Carnival, what do you mean by corpse worshipper?
Because you're a loyalist. You're a filthy loyalist.
Oh.
Because the Emperor is essentially just a corpse with maybe some degree of a soul left over in his body, powering the Astronomicon.
Whatever, dude.
He is the corpse emperor, the carrion king.
I haven't. If I can hear good, solid points of why I should join Chaos, then I would maybe consider it. But I like
because
people.
You might have more fun than being a loyalist.
I like being on the human team. Okay, I like people.
Hey, there is heretic groups that are not aligned with Chaos. It's
Oh,
part
yeah.
of the reason why I do like the Night Lords is because a majority of the Night Lords warbands don't fuck with chaos.
Okay.
They consider demons to be a taint. They don't like that shit. But they're still heretic because they still don't agree with the Imperium at all.
Wait a second. Hold on.
Though there are some warbands that do have demons.
I thought I gained some stuff at the end of that mission.
You probably did. Probably got an item.
Where do I go to get them? Because I got a pistol. It said I got a pistol and an auto gun.
If you press I and go into your loadout, then you hit your
weapon. I don't see them in my loadout.
It might be under your secondary.
Nope.
No? Oh, no, you unlock those for leveling up. They're available in the shop.
Oh.
So as you level up, you unlock more different types of weapons.
Okay.
As ones that are available to get either as a post-mission reward or from the store. Yeah. I wouldn't buy anything just yet, because more than likely you'll get one from the end of the mission.
Alright. Trust level 4. So should we just move on to the next mission, or?
Yeah. It's just like Vermintide. You can just, like, basically just shuffle the missions, you know?
There's
no, like, coherent narrative.
Yeah.
I mean, Vermintide had a little bit of one.
Groups. So,
any
Shippo,
neutral groups?
The problem with the 40k universe, at least what it seems, is that the universe is specifically designed to not be peaceful. So even if you're a neutral group, you can't be, because no neutral group is going to be large or powerful enough to stave off any of the, like, evil groups or chaos or conquest from someone else. So you can't really be neutral.
In the 41st millennium, there is only war.
I mean, hypothetically, you could just, like, run and hide. Maybe.
I mean, if realistically, if you're on, like, just some random backwater aggro world or something, there's a good chance that you will never see any kind of combat unless you're conscripted.
Yeah. Actually,
but not even all planets pay their tithes in people anyway, so you might never be conscripted.
Is there a... So, here's a weird question. The orcs, I forgot. They reproduce through spores, right?
Yes, as far as I'm aware.
So, if that's the case, first of all,
thank you for the follow, Dark Carnival. I appreciate it.
How do they spread their spores?
To be honest, that I'm not clear on. I've never really looked up, like, what the life cycle of an orc is exactly.
Because, like, yeah, that's something that I feel like would be kind of smart to understand, because if there's, like, a giant orc, like, pod coming to your planet, I feel like you could probably just deflect it with orbital defenses.
Well, the problem with that is, I do believe that as long as they believe that somebody survived that pod, they will be there.
Yeah,
in some way. It may just be a spore that just pops up on your world now.
You don't need all of them to die. All you need to do is reflect them from the planet.
Right? Theoretically, that would work. However, they always come in, like, the millions. They're not going to come in, like, one pod that you can deflect. Right. They're going to come in absolutely massive numbers.
It's like, are you familiar with, you know the Sarlacc pit from Star Wars? So basically, Sarlacc babies are just these, like, spore pods that are launched into space, and when they find a planet, they land on it, and then they take root, and that's why the Sarlacc pit is the Sarlacc pit.
Okay.
And so I'm thinking, like, if it's a large, like, orc pod, something that can be identified in space, then it can probably be taken out, you know, or reflected in a number of ways. Like, for example,
but generally they're not gonna come to the planet, like, in the form of a spore. They're gonna come in the form of an army, and then once they've conquered that planet, there's gonna just be more orcs there. They're
'Cause-
just gonna
oh,
spore once they're there.
Because my understanding was it was like they like basically the spores pop up on a planet and then it's like, oh, you have an orc problem and either you
No,
have to
no.
deal with
Usually
it or
that's
they
a
take
that's
over.
a aftermath thing. Like sometimes there'll be an orc invasion and you'll think, "Oh, we've, cleaned out this entire planet of orcs." But somewhere on that planet there is still a spore remaining from after the orc invasion. And now they're slowly repopulating. Well, not slowly. They're quickly repopulating on your planet. There's a joke. There's a joke that there's an image that is just a planet made out of guardsmen, and there's like a little pie chart next to it that says like the breakdown is 99% guardsmen and then 1% orc,
Yeah.
and it's literally just supposed to be like the joke is it's just a full planet of guardsmen, but somewhere on there's an orc. It could be made out of like the most monstrous meat. It could be a planet of just meat. And somewhere on there's probably an orc.
Interesting. Hmm. Have you
Yeah.
actually heard of some of the like NASA proposed solutions for what we would do if we saw an asteroid headed for Earth?
No.
So one of the ideas, and all of these ideas would theoretically.
Also, I've heard that joke before, Dark Carnival. That's a very common joke. You gotta step up your game. Yeah, he did the What's a Heretic's favorite cereal? Cornflakes.
Okay.
Yeah. They make T-shirts of that.
Gotcha.
of a fucking little chaos demon holding a box of cornflakes.
Oh, that's fun.
I want to get it, but I don't want to buy it.
Yeah. But the what's it called? Oh shoot! There's a big guy behind us. One of the big heavy armored guys.
It's all right. I got bullets.
What did that mean by him glowing red? Was that just like a
Oh, that was
call-out?
because so I have my like tag special enemies button bound to my main attack button. So that way, whenever I attack an enemy that's a special enemy, everybody can see it.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, when I was playing the beta, actually, some random dude in our lobby was just like, hey, bind this to this button, and it'll do wonders for you. And, like, everybody in that lobby was like, holy shit, this guy's a genius. Now we never have to worry about somebody, like, accidentally getting killed by a special enemy, because if they're fighting it, everybody knows about it.
Solid.
Yeah.
Huh. But yeah, the actual... A couple of the NASA proposed solutions are... One thing is you send a spaceship over to the astronaut, or to the asteroid, you paint one side of it white, and then you just leave.
Wait, what?
Yeah, so, are you familiar with, like, the difference between white and black? Like, how white, absorbs light and black... Or, black absorbs light and white reflects it?
Yeah, and that's why if you wear a black shirt on a sunny day, you get warmer.
Right. If you were to paint a side of that asteroid white, the difference in the way that the light, like how light interacted with it over the course of several million miles, would actually affect the asteroid's trajectory enough to where we potentially wouldn't have to worry about it anymore.
Okay, but how would we go about painting it, though?
You send a spaceship over to it, and you paint it white. You have a bunch of astronauts painting it white.
I feel like that would be very hard, though.
Oh, you take.
Because not only are the asteroids very, very large, but also aren't they a lot of times spinning as they travel through space?
Not necessarily, no.
No, I mean, okay. I have no idea. I just assume that they're rotating.
Even if they were spinning, it would be, like...
Because then wouldn't you just have to paint the whole thing white?
No, you want one side of it to be... You only want one side of it to be white. So that way, it gets thrown off course. Because if you paint the whole thing white, then light is interacting with it uniformly.
Gotcha.
And, the other one is significantly easier, which is you fly a spaceship next to it and just have the spaceship hang out there for a little while. And eventually the gravity of the spaceship will affect the gravity of the astronaut, enough to where you don't have to worry about it.
That would take a long time, though, right? Just
I'm not
because
sure.
of, you know, you're not generating that much gravity.
You don't have that
right?
much mass, but what you
Yeah.
can do is potentially pick up some heavy things along the way. I don't know. But yeah, physics is fun.
Physics is interesting. Especially, like, you know, the physics of space. Space is just cool.
Crashing a bunch of satellites into one side of it? Yeah, but that's expensive. Then you have to waste a bunch of satellites.
I mean, if it was 40k, they'd probably just throw a bunch of guardsmen at it. Just eject them out of a pod. Tell them to push.
Well, that's like that game Advent Rising that I was telling you about. The bad guys, their big play is they tow asteroids behind their ships and then just throw them at Earth and blow it up.
At that point, would you have to make, like, an entire, like, military force of people to paint asteroids?
Well, the thing is that it's very slow. That's like if NASA's able to identify it, like, very, very, very early.
Right.
Did that dog just run through this door?
Yeah, sometimes if you hit them and you don't kill them, they'll just run away.
Oh.
They'll just come out at a later spot. Like that.
Huh.
Yeah. Snipers will sometimes do that too. If you hit them when they just spawn, they'll, like, run back in the door. Yeah.
Interesting.
I could hear a Hawksburster, but I don't see it.
I'm assuming it's behind us.
Yeah, it is. It fell over.
There we go.
There's also a Scab Bomber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So wait, I forgot. You've also played that game, Marauders, right?
Yeah, I've played that a lot.
In Tarkov in space.
Pretty
Is
much.
it good?
I like it a lot, yeah.
Yeah. Does
And
it
they-
have
they update it
the
pretty
level
regularly.
of customization that Tarkov does?
No,
Ah.
definitely not.
I was
Because it
talking
is, I think
Yeah.
it's still in early access. Like, it's still got some rough edges on it, but it is very neat for what it's trying to go for.
Yeah. Because I was talking... Who was I talking to about that with? Oh, I was talking about that with Momoka. I love games that offer a lot of, like, really in-depth weapon customization.
Mm-hmm.
And I would love to get into Tarkov, but I actually don't really love battle royales and, like, the way that that game is structured. But oh, I kind of still want to try it just so I can say that I have. Maybe get one of those ridiculous builds.
So my struggle is just that I love customization, but I also get very easily overwhelmed by customization. Like, if there's a lot of it. Because I end up just, like, shutting down and just choosing random shit. Because I'm just
So-
like, it's too much for my brain to deal with.
What do we need this power cell for?
You can power a Medicaid station that's unpowered with it.
Oh. So wait,
Which,
should I have this or no? Should I just have this?
probably a good idea to have it, considering everybody's HP is pretty low.
The heck is this? Ow!
Yeah, I've been trapped by that trapper.
I'll save you. I think.
Don't you also have a gun?
Yeah.
Sometimes it is just quicker to just pull out a gun.
These enemies need to earn my lasers.
Hey, I mean, fair enough. Fair enough. We may make a corn worshiper out of you yet.
What? No.
You're just all about that melee combat.
My life and service to the Emperor, baby. Let's go!
Nah, dude. Nah, dude.
If you as this enormous man receive the same movement penalty for carrying that you do, I'm gonna be furious.
I believe I do.
That's so...
Also, I have no idea where the fucking Medicaid station is. It's supposed to be somewhere in this area, but we're past it.
my gosh. Okay. Sweet. Ooh. Uh-oh. Here. Falling behind.
I also have a bad habit of just running ahead.
Yeah.
I get a little overconfident.
So wait, when you say customization's overwhelming, I think I know what you're talking about in regards to like games that are really, really, really heavily stat based.
Mm-hmm.
You know, where it's like yeah, it's like you have a million little like stat modifiers, and you have to understand how each of them like specifically fits together. So there's like a balance where that stuff can be really cool, and then there's a level to which it just gets kind of overwhelming. But I'm thinking more like
It's not even just stats though for me. Like,
really?
for example, take Elden Ring's like character customization thing. You know how many characters I've made that I just hit random because there's so many options on there that I just felt overwhelmed trying to make something?
Really?
Yeah. Because the customization is too in-depth for me that it feels like I'm making such insignificant changes that I can't do it.
Exactly.
There's just so many options. Like, there's like all the sliders for literally everything. There's like eyebrow height, eyebrow depth. It's like,
that kind of customization.
yeah, I'm like, there's so much customization with like regards to that specifically that I'm just like, I just hit random.
I was thinking. Oh gosh! All right, I'm down because I tried to go after our guy who's alone. Who's gonna die. I was thinking of like build customization and weapon customization and stuff.
No. That's fine. But like, when there's just so many options like that, it's.
Oh yeah.
It gets a bit much for me. I'm a simple man.
Gotcha.
Though I did in Elden Ring make a character that was literally just the Giga Chad meme. I even made him gray, so it was like the fucking black and white version of it.
It was what, the Nocturne?
What was that?
That's if you choose your race as a Nocturne, right?
No, I literally just went in and manually made it.
Oh, okay.
I spent like 2 hours trying to make this thing perfect. I believe I still have a picture of it somewhere.
That's
also,
funny.
Thank you, Jacob, for the subs, and thank you, Columbus Pops, for the subs as well. Appreciate you.
Nice.
Yeah. Don't get them often, so I gotta make sure I call them out when I do.
Oh, that's one of my big rules as a VTuber and just as a streamer in general is like you have to stay grateful for everything because
yeah, I am immensely grateful.
Choice to support. Yeah.
I just do this shit for fun. I'm just a goofy little man on the internet. If people want to pay me their hard-earned money for just doing the random bullshit that I do, I'm immensely grateful for that. I mean, even just like looking at the numbers sometimes of just like people who've watched it, I'm just like it tickles me something hard to look at that. I'm just like, it's crazy.
Yeah. It's like, you know, with raids and subs and you know, donations and all that kind of stuff, it's like you gotta. I try to be enthusiastic no matter what, just because it's, you know, I don't know, it keeps you really grounded, and
yeah,
I think
one
of the downfalls of a lot of people who get into this and they don't tend to last very long is that to them success is something that's more of like an expectation, because they see like, you know, how big VTubers and big streamers and stuff like that do, and they just figure that.
Also, you might want to use the Medicaid station, by the way, because your health is corrupted.
Yep. What does that mean?
Are you familiar with? Oh, okay. I was just about to say, are you familiar with what that means? So if your health bar is purple, that means that even if I put down a little like first aid box, you will not be able to heal that health unless you go to a Medicaid station.
Oh.
It is unrecoverable health, essentially. You can get that from being hit by certain demons or other certain little, chaos-based entities, or if you just get downed enough times, you also get that.
Huh.
Yeah. But, you were saying?
Yeah, all I was really saying there is, yeah, it's like, you have to be grateful. You can't expect success. You have to take it as something that is, ultimately, there is a product. It's a product of skill for sure, but it's also a bit of luck. You just gotta stay grounded. That's all.
Yeah, I for sure agree with that. I don't know if it's necessarily a good thing or not, but like I mean, it's not a bad thing, I suppose. I just view it as I'm just doing this for fun, and anyone that wants to support it for any reason whatsoever is just like a bonus,
Oh yeah.
Like because for me, streaming is just like I get bored playing games by myself. So having other people there to like, just talk about the game or talk about other random things that are on my mind, it's just really nice. I just enjoy that. So it's not like I can never say I will expect support, It's just coincidence to me that people enjoy sometimes what I do.
Right. Oh,
It's like the community.
Can you not shove people away when you're using a rifle? Is that just not a thing?
I don't believe so.
Oh, interesting. Huh.
Oh wait, no, you can. You can use your secondary action button. So
I got.
I don't exactly know what that is for you because I've rebound mine because I have an MMO mouse. But like for me, it's my number 3.
Huh.
But whatever your secondary action button is what it would be. Mike says that you can only shove with auto guns.
Oh, really?
I feel like that's not right, though. I feel like I've definitely shoved with other guns. Some guns have a specific secondary function, though, and you can't shove with those because that's, the same button as the secondary function.
Interesting.
So as long as the gun doesn't, in and of itself, have a secondary function, then you're fine.
Got it.
But, there is some specific weapons that are only allowed for the guardsmen that, like, I can't have access to because I'm not a guardsman. Right. So I wouldn't be able to comment on those, really, because I particularly don't like the guardsmen, like, to play. It's not my style.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Has nothing to do with, like, the class itself. It's good. Mike plays it all the time, and he does really well with it. But I just, I don't know. I like being the big tanky guy.
And to clarify, friendly fire is on or not on?
It is off on this difficulty, and I think on tier 2.
Okay.
But any higher than that, and it starts ramping up the friendly damage.
I see.
Yeah. Because, like, once you get to, like, damnation tier, it starts getting really overwhelmingly bad.
Where's the dog? Watch out behind you. There's a guy. There we go.
Yep.
Interesting. Interesting.
Oh.
Did we?
What? Oh, I just got disconnected? Oh. Did you get disconnected as well?
Yep.
So that must have been a server issue.
Ah, shame. So what does that mean? Did we just lose all of our stuff, all of our progress?
Sometimes it'll let you rejoin. Like if you hit start, sometimes it'll put you right back in the mission where you left off at. Sometimes it won't.
That would be nice. That would be nice.
Yeah. Oh, I just realized because the way that shows up in chat is funky. Actually, it was not Columbus that donated the subs. It was Mike. So thank you, Mike. It donated it to Columbus. Like, he gifted it to him. It just shows up funky in the chat, and I forget that I have an activity feed where I can actually correctly read it. Yeah. I'm just bad. That's the moral of the story. And then also Jacob, for his little sub message thing, said, kind of upset I've been subbed for this long. I mean, fair enough, buddy. Fair enough.
How's it going, Aderna? Good to see you. Good to see you.
Okay, so it did keep you in the squad. That's good.
I am doing all right, Aderna. I hope you're doing well, too.
I'm going to change over to my Psyker real quick.
Oh, so you can have different classes.
Oh, yeah. There's 5 slots for characters.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Neat.
So you can technically make one twice.
Sweet. I'll definitely have to check that out. Let me see something. While you're doing that, I'm going to check something. Just to see how the redeems are going. Just see if they're working.
For read messenger. Huh? Oh, Mike wants to know if he can join in the game but be no Mike, like just as another filler for our party.
Yeah, that's up to you.
Okay. Yeah. Because he plays this game a lot too.
Okay.
But he'll be no Mike, so it'll still be just you and I. He'll just be there as a competent player in our party.
Yep.
He is. It doesn't even show him online. I will. Oh, there it is. Yeah, because he said all the random teams that he keeps getting paired with keep screwing him over.
I see.
He's playing his Zealot. One that he made to look like a Sister of Battle.
Oh, there we go. Guys, did you hear that? It worked. I think I fixed the sound redeems.
Oh, hey Mikey, can you test my sound redeems real quick? Just do any one of them.
Yes.
Just to make sure. Because I don't think I heard it earlier.
Alright, sweet. Yes, they're working, chat. I fixed it.
Okay, so the blurp one's working. That's good to know, at least. I don't know if the other one is the actual sound alert ones, but
got it.
But if that one's working, then it hopefully means the other ones are working too.
Nice. Apparently, we're celebrating my sound alerts coming back with 5 push-ups, so let's go.
Woo! Get fit.
3, 4, and 5. All right.
Once Mikey officially starts being back at my work regularly, because he's rejoining me at my workplace, we're gonna be workout buddies.
Nice. 4.
Because I need someone else to motivate me, because I can't motivate myself.
8, 9, and 10. Yeah, having a workout buddy is definitely really good. All right. Let's see.
Because that's always been a problem for me. Because I used to exercise and work out semi-regularly, but I never stayed consistent with it because I didn't enjoy it. And doing it by myself just meant it was just not... It just didn't hold my interest at all.
Yeah.
But having somebody else to do it with, or somebody else to motivate me in any way, makes it so that I am more likely to stay consistent with it.
Huh. So wait. So Psyker, Psykinetic, and Zealot Preacher, are those the full names of the classes, or are there subclasses?
For now, those are the full names of the class. I imagine they're gonna do what Vermintide did and add the subclasses later, but currently there is no subclasses. But I imagine because they've got the specification on there of the type of Zealot or the type of Psyker, that they will be adding extra classes. That was one thing that was a major disappointment when this came out, was a lot of people were really upset that there wasn't additional classes because when Vermintide launched, both 1 and 2, they had additional class selections for each one. So there was an expectation that this was going to carry on with that tradition. But it didn't.
Interesting.
Granted, this game was very rough when it first came out, though it was still very fun.
Welcome home, Maramizu. Glad you made it back safe.
Mara's great.
She really is. As I've said, maybe you've heard me say this, maybe you haven't, but she's the one who got me into VTubing, so.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that before.
So it's all her fault. You all know who to blame now.
Well, then I will have to thank her for that. Because I am certainly grateful for your presence on the platform.
Thanks. Dude, I'm glad you're here as well. I actually found you through Shay, from what
Probably.
I remember. Yeah.
Because I think I actually watched you a little bit when I first started interacting with Shay.
Right.
That was a long time ago, but Shay is actually technically the one who got me into VTubing as well. Although
really?
I kind of already had a little bit of an inclination towards wanting to do it.
Neat. What got you into VTubing and VTubers?
I mean, I've always just kind of watched them since they came onto the scene. And I was always just like, oh, that's a neat way to like keep some degree of privacy. For some reason I want to say primacy. That's not the word. Privacy. And I was like, that's a good way to still have like some degree of like physical presence while still, keeping that privacy.
Yeah. Now, were you interested?
And the technology is neat too. Even though I'm completely inept.
Oh yeah, same thing. Had you been interested in streaming, even before you knew about VTubing?
Yeah. I mean, I had been watching like people stream and stuff for a long time before I even knew about what a VTuber was. But I had always considered it as an option. I just never did it because I was worried about that privacy. But even when I first started, I didn't actually have a model. That came later. I was just one of the faceless many on this platform.
I forgot. Were you here? Uh-oh. Oh, gosh. I almost got caught. There's a net guy behind us.
Ah, I zapped him to the floor. He's dead.
Wait, why is your name Mango Beans?
Because that's my character's name.
Why?
Because he's fucking crazy. I don't know, I just picked a random name. Oh god, it's a fucking chaos spawn. Oh god, oh god. They're not that bad on this difficulty, but they're really rough on higher difficulties. They've scarred me permanently.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say though?
Here. I'm taking out the ads with a grenade, hopefully. Come on, die. Oh, I accidentally. Wait, I think they're even... These are literally the same, like, voice actors from Vermintide, aren't they?
I think a couple of them are the same. I don't think all of them are. Because, you could pick multiple different voices for each character when you created them.
Because that one guy sounds exactly like the spell sword guy in Vermintide, whatever the guy's name is.
Probably. I do think that one of the voices that you can pick for him is that guy.
Yeah. Which makes sense.
Yeah.
It was like a fun little... I wouldn't even call it an in-joke. It's just like a fun continuity.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense if he was good at doing that character archetype to begin with, that they would, use him again for a similar one.
In the grimdark future, everyone has to sound like gruff British people.
Well, I mean, it was made by British people, so it makes sense. Even the orcs sound, dramatically British.
Right.
Or one could say, unfortunately British. I don't get me wrong. I love the Brits. They're great, but we just make fun of them a lot. Me and my buddies. They're the silly humans.
What is plasteel?
Just one of the materials you can use to like upgrade your weapons.
Oh,
Like you can take a weapon, like if you have a good roll on it or something, but you want it to be a higher tier, you can use it to upgrade its tier. Same thing with Durasteel.
Oh,
Like you need.
Wait, isn't Durasteel literally just a thing from Star Wars? I'm pretty
I
sure
think it's just
Durasteel-
actually a thing in real life.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Huh. 'Cause
Either
I know-
that or it's a resource from some sci-fi franchise that never got like copyrighted or is, you know, in some way rights protected, and so a lot of different
Interesting.
franchises use it. I
'Cause
I
there's
do believe
also-
there is a material that is called Durasteel in real life, though.
So Star Wars also has plastisteel, and I'm almost positive it was just retroactively brought into canon because of the fact that they have so many costumes that are made out of plastic, and they're like, no, but it's actually armor though. So it's plastisteel.
Yeah, I
Which
don't
is
know.
hilarious to me because they could have just said it was ceramic, and they could have just said, oh, it's very shiny ceramic, but instead they went with plastisteel.
I did get to see some of the original costumes in person, though.
Really?
Yeah, at the EMP Museum in Washington.
That's neat. Oh gosh.
Yeah.
There's a dog.
Because I used to live out there for like 6 years. I lived in Seattle, and
Oh, wow.
we would be able to walk to the EMP Museum, and we went down there a couple times, mostly because, you know, I'm an Aliens nerd, so I liked seeing the original suit for it and everything. It's pretty neat.
Nice.
Yeah, and they had the original like sketches for what the aliens were supposed to look like before. They do not look at all the same as what they look like, you know, in the movies.
Huh.
It's very
Did
cool.
you hear? Apparently, they went back to. Well, first of all, this does. He ended up doing a good job, but apparently, like, for the second Aliens film, James Cameron specifically said he didn't want H.R. Giger's help. He wanted to design it himself for, like, the Alien Queen and stuff,
Huh.
which is a little cocky. So, but unfortunately, or fortunately, James Cameron just seems to do decent with his visuals. But then apparently they went back to Giger for Alien 3 and they asked him for some ideas. And I guess the ideas that he came up with were like too weird, so they didn't actually use them.
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
I'd never heard that one before, but that would not shock me.
No, Shippo, by the way, I'm not saying funny thing is ceramic armor is a thing as well, because it is still a thing today. I'm talking about, like, it's just funny that they had to come up with plastisteel to be like, oh, no, these aren't cheap costumes from the 70s, they're plastisteel. And
There's
paper
also a
armor-
material called ceramite in
Ceramite.
in Warhammer. Yeah.
I'm
It's supposed to be one of the toughest
metal with
materials.
ceramic.
Nope.
Yeah, makes sense.
It's its own complete thing. No relation to either of the things it sounds like it should be.
Huh.
It's just its own resource, and it's rare-ish.
Neat. You know what? One of the most thought-provoking things to me about Warhammer in particular is the idea of humanity's like kind of symbol being a skull.
Mm-hmm.
It like kind of makes sense.
Well, I mean,
but-
technically the Imperial Eagle is the symbol of mankind.
Yeah, but there are skull motifs like
Yeah.
everywhere, and it's very interesting to me how negative of a connotation like skeletons are evil creatures and skulls are signs of like danger and stuff. But this universe has basically totally flipped that on its head, and it's like that is one of the symbols for. Like, if you're a fan of the Empire, it's the symbol for the good guys.
I mean, it is, but it isn't, because it's also the symbol of corn.
Oh, really?
I mean, their whole thing is when they go into battle, a lot of them will yell skulls for the skull throne, blood
Is
for the
that-
blood god.
Yeah, but huh. So
'Cause
then why
he sits on his
Imperium-
brass throne on a pile of skulls.
You Shay, how are you?
It is technically still you are right in saying that it is a symbol of humanity because, you know, corn is supposed to be the direct, like,
Yeah.
like, what's the word? It's supposed to, like, represent humanity's, like, innate violence, so it would make sense that even, you know, chaos-tainted human beings might still have the skull motif.
Right.
And then the Mechanicus symbol is like a skull with, like, you know, metal attachments to it.
There's a foul creature lurking, which makes me think that a spawn of chaos is gonna show up. Or was that
Dog.
just general chat?
I don't know. I think that's just general chat. Just chatter.
Okay.
I don't know. I've heard, like, all the lines of dialogue, so they kind of just become, like, background to me at some point.
Yep. Alright. I gotta find some ammo.
Ammo.
Let's go. So wait, basically our job is we run around, we kill everything that's corrupted by chaos, and then what?
That's basically it.
Well,
we
what
are,
happens
well, I mean, we
afterwards?
have been inducted into, I believe we're in the Ordo Hereticus.
Okay.
Because we would not be equipped to be in the, like, oh, what the fuck's the other one? Ordo Malleus.
Is that the one that's done by like the Space Marines?
None of these are technically done by the Space Marines, though some of the Inquisitors
Oh.
will have Space Marines in their service.
Right. Because what's that? There's that Warhammer game. It's like Warhammer 40k Inquisitor
Yeah,
or whatever, where you play as
Inquisitor
the-
Martyr.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right.
Yeah, because the Inquisition operates with the highest authority of the Imperial government. They can do whatever the fuck they want, and they're split up into groups called Ordos. There's the Ordos Majoris, which are your main ones, and then Ordos Minoris, which is for specialized, very specific things.
Hmm.
But, like, we're currently working under what I believe is the Ordo Hereticus, which are specifically tasked with dealing with any kind of heretical pop-ups. Oh god, somebody pissed off the demon host. Oh god, oh fuck. Why? No.
I didn't know.
Oh,
that
God.
was a thing that we weren't supposed to do.
Yeah, they're like the witches from Left 4 Dead, but worse.
Oh.
Because they will kill one person and suck out their fucking soul.
Oh.
Like they're doing to me right now. Which technically means I must have pissed it off, so that might be my bad.
All right. Well, it's not my fault.
But yeah, we're working for the Ordo Hereticus, but there's also Ordo Malleus, which deals directly with, like, banishing demons. And then there's another one, too, I can't... Ordo Xenos, which is, you know, alien threats.
Isn't that just all the threats?
Sort of. Well, the whole concept is that there's the three major orders because they have this concept of, beyond, within, without. Those are where the threats lie.
Oh.
So they have one for each of those things. Like Hereticus is for dealing with threats within, the heretics, and then the threats without is Ordo Xenos, and threats beyond is beyond the veil of reality, so demons.
Gotcha. Chat, I will catch up on those workouts, I promise.
Also, I gotta do that as well. I will do those push-ups, Shay, after after we finish purging this heresy.
When we get in, next time we get in an elevator or something.
Yeah,
Going
yeah.
Down.
Yeah, she was Mario screaming me and saying ew and making me do push-ups, but I can't do them right this minute. And also, I just want to state for the record, the other reason I'm fine with purging this heresy is because it's a Nurgle heresy, and I'm not a fan of Nurgle. He's gross.
We purge all the heresies.
Though I do like Mortarian's model, though. I do have his model, and I do have some Death Guard.
Who is Mortarian?
Just because they're cool. He's the Primarch of the Death Guard, which is like the Nurgle Space Marines, essentially.
This is where they dipped Han Solo in carbonite.
Huh?
Look at that. Look at this.
Oh.
This looks like where they dipped Han Solo in carbonite, doesn't it?
Nah, this is a Mechanicus forge. There would never be inspirations drawn from other things. They definitely don't just literally copy shit and tweak it slightly. GW is fully original in all of their things.
Yeah. Ow! Oh gosh! Oh my gosh! I had to look away for 1 second.
And definitely all of the Space Marines don't have, like, very, very direct and obvious theming. And no subtlety whatsoever. That would never be a thing.
Actually, in what way?
What was that?
I'm not familiar enough. Like, I know that there's the, it's like the Ultramarines, the, Silver Wolves?
Space Wolves. There's 20 legions. Well, technically 18 if you don't count the two that are fully redacted because they did something before the heresy, which the Emperor specifically thought that needs to be gone, and got rid of them.
I thought that they just got... I thought there was just a legion that got lost in space.
No, I don't believe so.
Oh, I thought there was I thought there was
I mean, they
one
have gotten
legion
lost in space at various points in time, but
Okay.
they're mostly all present to some degree. Some of them are more present than others. But that's like the lore reason why those two legions are missing, but in reality they were originally just a project that was supposed to be like a create your own Space Marines and create your own Primarch for it. They were supposed to be like the player stand-in for the tabletop game. But obviously that doesn't really work very well in a sci-fi setting where you need specific things to happen.
Yeah.
So they just said, nope, they did some shit before the heresy and they are gone. Forget what it's called. I think it's called like the Edict of Obliteration is what it was referred to. Where they just literally destroyed the entire Legion and killed both the Primarchs on the order of the Emperor.
So kind of similar to, oh gosh, my health is very low. Alright. Come here.
Oh yeah, but what I was saying with like the very obvious themes is like the Space Wolves, they're wolves. They've got werewolves. They ride wolves.
Yeah.
It's very like on the nose with their theming, and like the World Eaters, led by the Primarch Angron, who is, to nobody's surprise, very angry, are just a legion full of very angry people. Like their theming for a lot of these are just very obvious and on the nose. Like a Mortarian in the Death Guard, is pretty obvious that they're, their theme is death.
Oh, was that where they themed around death specifically by the Emperor? Or is it just coincidence?
In lore, it's just coincidence.
Oh, okay.
But it's just Games Workshop, which everybody just refers to as GW, being not very subtle in their ability to theme things.
That's fair. I was gonna say, it's kind of like, how in,
or like the Word Bearers are super preachy, because they are like, oh, we believe in all of the Chaos Gods at the same time, because we need something to worship. So they bear the word of the Chaos Gods. Like, okay. I get it. On the nose.
Blood for the blood god! Blood for the blood god! Blood for the blood
Thank you for the one bit, Shay. Which also, speaking of Warhammer, my sound alert thing for when I get a bit is a World Eater screaming blood for the blood god over and over.
Nice.
Because I like them. They're my angry boys. I have a World Eater's army.
So wait. Wait. The world leaders, Chaos Legions?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. How about?
Yeah. They're the angry boys. Very unsubtly angry boys.
Blood for the blood god.
But the reason that I like them is for deeper lore reasons where they're not actually angry, they just appear to be very angry. They're angry because they have an implant in their brain that makes it so if they're not feeling angry, they are in great pain.
Wait, why?
Because, so, their Primarch, Angron, grew up on a planet that, was just like gladiatorial slave world. And if you chose to not participate, you would get these things called the butcher's nails implanted into your brain. So that way you would only crave violence and be only able to feel rage, so that way you would fight in the gladiator pits.
Is there any? And the Emperor saw fit to make this guy a Primarch?
No, he was already a Primarch before that. So what happened is, the Emperor makes these Primarchs, right? Makes them in a lab. And, when they are still, like, just about to mature, just about to come out of their, like, I guess you could say incubation pods, the Chaos Gods go, you didn't pay your debt to us for helping make these things, so we're gonna just take them and just yeet them all across the universe.
Huh.
And so the Emperor had to do the Great Crusade, which was him gathering up his legions to go and find them, essentially, and conquer all of these worlds that were either previously lost or are just not owned by the Imperium. So they all grew up on different places, all these Primarchs. They all have very different backgrounds, even though they all come from the same place, because they were raised by different people in different societies and different planets. And Angron just had a very, very unfortunate one. Where he just got to be a slave. Which is not fun.
So why wouldn't the Emperor, once he found him, just have destroyed him?
Like, destroy what? The planet?
Angron.
Because it's his son. And because the Primarchs are not normal people.
Before the heresy, though, why wouldn't he have just destroyed him?
What was that?
If he wiped out, you said he wiped out 2 entire legions. Why? What's the big deal with one more?
So that would have happened after he had found all of his, all of these Primarchs and got them to lead legions. Gotcha. And by the time that anything was really wrong enough that the Emperor would have taken notice and decided to take any action on them was about the time of the Horus Heresy. So it was kind of hard for him to stop. And the whole issue with the 2nd and 11th Legion being, cut out of history, essentially, and erased completely, was just it was just like a tiny little lore way of them saying, okay, these don't exist anymore, we're just retconning them, but we're gonna make it fancy retcon. You just take that bit with a grain of salt.
How do you get cosmetics and stuff? I want to stop looking like a prisoner.
There is a cosmetic shop. Like to the left of where you come in at. And then there's like the paid currency cosmetic shop as well.
Is it Sire Milk's?
No, that guy's on the right. You gotta go left.
Oh my gosh.
You gotta go way left.
Yeah.
And also, all of the Primarchs, because Mike just reminded me of this in the chat, all of the Primarchs were meant to, like, have a certain embodiment of the Emperor/humanity, and Angron supposedly should have been the Emperor's kindness and the Emperor's mercy. But because of his upbringing there, it is literally impossible to, and he is constantly in pain because he doesn't necessarily want to be angry. But the influence of corn and the butcher's nails in his brain make it impossible for him to do anything nice whatsoever.
Why?
He will literally beat the shit out of his own men because he'll just go into a blood rage.
Couldn't the Emperor have removed them?
No, because removing them would kill him.
Oh. Why?
because they're just directly implanted into his brain, and there's some weird archaeotech. I'm not
isn't the
100%
Emperor, like, a
clear.
supreme being who's good at, like, everything? It's surprising.
Yeah, he is.
Mhm.
He is very good at everything. He is not necessarily good at technology, though. That's more the Adeptus Mechanicus's thing, and they said they can't remove it.
What's
So, yeah.
Okay, what is the what's the primary way of getting new weapons? Like, do you have to buy stuff from the shop, or do you pick up things on missions, or what's the...
You'll get some at the end of missions. Depending on the mission's difficulty, you will scale the reward and whatnot. But if you want a very specific weapon, like if you're just not getting the luck of getting the weapon that you want, you're gonna have to buy it from the shop.
I see. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. I just
And then,
wanna be
like,
able to see what this game has to offer.
Yeah, the Sire Milk thing, who you can't interact with yet because you're not high enough level, is like a weekly missions vendor, essentially. So you get a currency for completing those, and you can buy like gold or purple tier items directly from him with, pre-made rolls on them already.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and those change each week.
Okay. Neat.
Mike just literally just goes, "Be right back," and also you're wrong. So at some point I was wrong. I don't know on what.
Interesting.
Oh, and I also totally missed Shay. Thank you for the 100 bits as well. She gave me 1 bit and then she gave me 100 and said, "Just kidding.
Yeah.
Here you go."
Yeah. That's very sweet of you, Shay.
Yeah, I heard it, but I was in the middle of a monologue. Yeah. So before the stream, I made notes, right?
Okay.
I have notes on every single legion. Doesn't necessarily mean I have, like, an in-depth knowledge of all of them, though. Like, I kind of briefly reminded myself of a lot of things. And some of them I didn't particularly do very good at. So, like, for the 5th Legion, which is a Loyalist Legion known as the White Scars, I have 2 bullet points on there, one that just says fast and one that says faster. And I'm just realizing how bad of a mistake that is. Because that means I only have, like, 3 other bullet points for them. My bullet points for them are literally fast, con, faster, Mongol vibe, Chagoris, always underestimated and often forgotten. Doesn't really tell you that much, but I do know about them. They are canonically forgotten about. Often. But on purpose, though. Because their job is to hit fast and hard. And the Khan's whole thing is, he doesn't ever really use 100% of his ability, because he wants you to underestimate him. He wants to show up only when he is exactly needed, so that way the worst enemies really take a blow, because they're like, oh, he's not going to be worth that much time, I can divert my forces elsewhere, and then he's just going to cut your fucking head off.
Interesting.
Also, they like bikes. A lot.
Bikes. Okay.
Yes. That's the whole fast and faster thing. If they can kill something while going fast, they're not going fast enough. They need to go faster. They need to kill a lot of something really fast.
I see.
Yeah.
Alright. I'm ready for the next mission when you are.
Okie dokie. I will queue us up. But yeah, I have notes on all of the 20 legions, and I doubt I will have time to go over all of them today.
Gotcha.
But because some of them I have a lot of notes on, and then some of them I was like, I'm running out of paper. I just did little notes.
Sweet.
Tell him about the Boop the Snoot Man. What? Who's the Boop the Snoot Man? I don't understand, Mikey. What is the Boop the Snoot Man?
Whoa.
What?
That guy looks pretty awesome.
Who?
The other veteran on our team.
Oh, Mikey?
Not. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's his main character. The Salamanders. Oh, right. He wants me to tell you about the Salamanders Legion. The nicest legion of Space Marines.
Oh, yeah.
So out of all of the evil in this universe, they are the less evil ones. People joke about them by saying that they're the ones that will hug the puppies while, you know, melting their enemies with flamethrowers.
That's good. I like that.
That is mostly because of the fact that their whole, like, concept is that they're big and terrifying and scary, but their motive is that in order to protect the Imperium and do their job, they must protect its people. Like, first and foremost. So most Space Marine legions will sacrifice civilians for the sake of completing their mission. But the Salamanders see the people as their mission. If they can't save the people, they're not doing their job. They will sacrifice a shit ton of their own guys to make sure the people are safe.
That's the thing. Oh, shit.
And they're also the only Space Marine Legion that are allowed to see their families after they've been turned into Space Marines.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, right, I gotta do push-ups. Fuck.
6, 7,
1,
8,
2,
9,
3, 4, 5. Alright.
Alright. That's super interesting. But also, from the perspective of the Imperium, like, not considering humanity to be an actual valuable resource is a bit of an oversight.
So, the reason for that, most likely, is because they're just looking at it from a numbers perspective. They're going, there is millions of worlds controlled by the Imperium. On each of those planets, there's billions of people. So what is one world lost for the sake of completing the bigger goal?
Yes.
Which is, from a numbers perspective, it makes sense. Because it's like,
what
you still gotta stop more death in the long run. But from a moral perspective, that ain't right.
Well, realistically, what's a scenario where they had to trade an entire world?
Stopping the Tyranid advance. Because the Tyranids feed on biomass in order to, you know, continue growing and survive. So in order to stop the advance of the Tyranids, one Inquisitor Cryptman, blew up, like, 30 worlds that were in the way of the Tyranids. So that way they wouldn't have anything to feed on and would starve out in space and die before they could get any closer to, like, important worlds.
So it's the Halo strategy.
Yeah, basically. Except for without the backup failsafe of, you know, we have copies of people to spare. It's just, you know, everybody on that planet is dead. We're not going to evacuate them because we don't want to tip the Tyranids off to the fact that maybe we're moving people away. Because they will sense that biomass moving away. So they just were like, fuck them. Just let them die.
There's a big guy. Thank you.
Yep. Mutant.
Very cool.
Yeah, one thing that I don't love about the Warhammer universe is the scale. I mean, it makes sense, but I don't love it because it is just a almost like theatrical level of numbers for absolutely everything. Like, they just, I don't know, it's almost hard to explain. It's just like, they'll be like, oh, you know, there's this battle going on in this world, and they'll be like, yeah, they've lost 70 million people on this line.
Yep.
And it's like, that seems like a ridiculous amount of people. But then they justify that by saying, well, yeah, but there's millions of worlds, you know, contributing to the Imperial Guard, you know?
Right.
There's millions of people for it. And it's like, yeah, sure. But when you blow up the numbers that much, they no longer seem as valuable, you know?
Well, that's the whole point, isn't it?
It is. And I understand that it is the point. I fully acknowledge that. I just personally don't love that, like, I don't know, I don't love the numbers games of it. Like, I want those losses to matter, you know? Because they could literally just write it off, like, at certain points in the lore, they're just like, yeah, they destroyed, like, 7 worlds in order to stop this person. And it's like, okay.
But isn't that...
But, like, that's millions of people.
Entire point? Isn't that... Yeah, but that's the point.
I know. I'm not disputing that that's...
Yeah.
Whether that's not the point or not. I just don't like the line of thinking. You know, to make a universe so large scale that the numbers no longer seem to have value. Because, like, if you look at a difference of 7 million and, 30 million on that scale, it's like,
Right.
they become diminished
Right.
in some way.
Right, but again, that's the whole thing, is how all-consuming the war is. It's like it doesn't even matter. People are just a resource that you need to, like, churn and burn through as much as you possibly can. That's the entire, like, that's the most logical conclusion of Grimdark.
Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean I have to like it.
But wait, aren't you a fan?
Yeah.
Oh.
I am a fan of the setting, yes.
But it's the primary. That's like
That's why I don't love the Imperial Guard, though. Because if you look at Space Marine battles, they're much smaller scale because Space Marines are, a smaller force of specialized individuals versus Imperial Guard, where it's chuck billions of people at a problem to solve it.
Yeah. I guess
it's like, I understand it.
Smaller scale battles. But
oh yeah, Space Marines, like, basically for every 1,000 Imperial Guardsmen, there's maybe one Space Marine. Most people in the 40k universe will never see a Space Marine. Ever.
Huh.
But because the majority of the stories focus on Space Marines, people tend to think they're a lot more common than they are.
Interesting. Because, like, yeah, hearing you say that was a little strange to me, because it almost, to me, it almost sounded like saying, like, oh, dude, I love Star Wars, but those Stormtrooper guys, ugh, the series could really do without them. It's like, what? Wait, what? Like, this,
yeah, no, it's
pivotal to the point.
It's just the number bloat I don't love. I know that there's a point to it. I just don't love it.
Yeah.
I like the smaller scale battles where it matters more that, a single person gets lost than a million of them. But I understand for the setting that is necessary, important, and realistic.
Also, like, almost all of the enemies that the Imperium has to fight employ those exact same human wave tactics, like the orcs and the Tyranids and, like, just everybody, so...
Right, but that also contributes to part of my problem with the Imperial Guard, is that, like, at what point is it intimidating for an enemy to throw millions of guys at you if you can just do the exact same thing and match the numbers? They lose some of the value of, like, being overwhelmed by a swarm if you are also a swarm.
Yeah. Well, again, it's very similar to, how World War I was just everyone in Europe sitting in trenches and mowing each other down with machine guns and artillery fire. You know, it's about just the horror of industrial large-scale war, I guess.
Yeah. No, I get that.
Yeah, on like a more cinematic scale, you could say, oh, it's like more boring, but on like a conceptual level and an individual level, it's like the most horrifying possible thing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I 100% understand that. Like, I would rather see a battle of, like, say 1,000 Imperial Guards versus, 4,000 orcs, where it's still, a large-scale battle, and there's still an overwhelming horde of enemy, but it's not like, 17 billion versus 18 trillion, or, just like, I don't know.
On like an individual level, though, like, isn't the point that humanity is like totally outmatched?
But yes, but no. It's more of like we're surrounded on all sides by enemies. It's not so much like we're gonna be outmatched in every single battle. It's, in the grand scheme of things, we're horribly outmatched because we're being pushed from all sides by various different enemies.
Gotcha.
Like, the Tau, realistically, on their own, not a threat. We could shit stomp them. They are a tiny little upstart civilization. But because of where they are, and because of how much pressure humanity gets from the other fronts, it makes it really hard to deal with them.
I guess I wasn't aware of that, and that's another one of those things that always kind of bothered me about the 40K universe. I guess I didn't realize that humanity was that strong in the face of all these threats. So just hearing that like every threat is like a world-ending threat, it's like, well, like,
Yeah.
I
If
guess we
every
just
threat's a
might need
world-ending
someone more
threat, then
meta.
how big of a deal is a world-ending threat?
Yeah, it's sort of the problem of like you know, like a lot of movies and even like what the Marvel universe is kind of dealing with. It's like now that
That's what I was just about to compare it to. You took the
It's
words
like-
right out of my mouth.
now that you've dealt with Thanos, it's like you don't really have anywhere else to go, and that's why
Mhm.
I was talking to someone recently about multiverses, and they were saying, "Oh, I think multiverses are really cool." And one of the problems that I tend to have with those sorts of storylines is that the moment that you have a multiverse and there's some kind of multiversal threat. Oh gosh, the dog's on me.
Yeah, you are far away.
I assumed.
Think I'm hitting it.
Funnels linked up. Yeah, you knocked it off of me.
Sweet. I couldn't see anything because there was fire and smoke, and I'm just looking at your body, and I'm just like flinging it in that direction.
Yeah, but the moment that some kind of multiversal threat is introduced, like you basically have to end whatever it is that you're working on.
Mm-hmm.
So like for example, yeah, I mean you have the Thanos thing, and I can like multiverses if it's either like a one-off idea that isn't a multiversal threat. So, for example, I'm sure you're familiar with Injustice.
Yeah.
Okay, so I actually don't love Injustice. I actually like... There's a different version of Injustice from the animated DC shows that was... it was, like, called the Justice Lords arc. It was, like, a multi-part episode in the Justice League animated series.
Mm-hmm.
And it's basically it's a less violent but still interesting version of Injustice, and I actually like it better because it feels more Superman, where rather than like violently murdering people, instead of doing that, he captures them, but then will like basically lobotomize them.
Oh.
So he's not murdering them. It's just that he's making them no longer be criminals. Which seems like something that a dark Superman would do, that he could justify as being like, well, I'm not killing anyone.
Yeah, that's fair.
But like, that's fine because that's the only one alternate universe that they explore. There's also a really cool story. I'm gonna die. There's a story called Interworld that I've talked about a couple of times, but basically it's about this kid from our Earth who basically joins this like multi-dimensional police force that's made up of alternate versions of himself.
Mm-hmm.
And it basically the thing is that the multiverse is shaped like an arc, and on one end of the arc are worlds that are like ruled by an empire that bases its power around technology, and on the other end of the arc, it's
That sounds familiar.
worlds that are ruled by magic.
Mhm.
I'm grabbed.
I think multiverses are cool for, like, exploring a one-off idea.
Yeah.
I think when you connect them too much, like in a literal sense, it becomes a problem.
Right.
Like, if you give the potential for, you know, something to cause a problem in more than one multiverse, you've kind of ruined the concept of a multiverse for me.
Well, it's not even that you've ruined the concept of a multiverse, it's that you've... Well, yeah, I guess so. Also, I think one of the problems that I've always had with that is that if you set up a universe with infinite possibilities, then basically what's happened is you've ruined the stakes of your universe, because essentially what that means is that if your heroes fail in their task, then you can just headcanon another universe that is functionally entirely identical.
Yeah. Because there's no... That makes there be no real threat to it.
Right. It's like,
Yeah.
you know, it's like reading a book and someone coming up to you and being like, it's just a book. And you're like, well, yeah, I get that this is fiction, but these characters matter to me, and having this out of, oh, it's just a book, kind of makes it lame, you know, to think about. oh, I'm just like getting caught up in fake people's lives. It's like, no, they're, you know,
Yeah.
in our
It just
mind, they
decreases the
become-
value. Yeah.
Exactly.
Will you stop snuffling all the Medicaid? If you wanted it, you should have been quicker.
One thing I will say about this game that I'm having a little bit of difficulty with is just that, obviously, while I think the set design is very lore appropriate, there have been a couple of times where I have not been able to tell if I'm looking at an enemy or not. But,
Yeah.
yeah, so for instance, there was a guy standing against a computer terminal, and it just looked like a mess of stuff until the muzzle flash came up and he shot me. But, generally speaking, I think this game actually looks and plays very, very well.
Yeah, I could agree with that. I think maybe just because I've had a lot of experience with this game, I can tell the enemies apart pretty well.
Yeah. No,
But I could understand seeing that problem.
It's something that I was talking about. I forgot when. Maybe it was when I was playing Genshin or something. I was like, whenever you have a new game, it's always this fascinating thing of like, your eyes physically need to like, or your eyes need to like adjust to the visual like language of the game, and like what certain like items glowing, you won't know what they mean, and then later on you sort of parse out what information is and isn't necessary, and it just makes it a lot easier to play. It's cool.
Yeah.
It's a neat thing that we kind of adapt to.
Yeah, there's even like just a lot of like things in terms of like the broader game design that like if you play games enough, they just feel natural to you. But then when somebody else who doesn't play a lot of games plays it, they're just like, the hell am I supposed to be doing? Like, how do I do the thing? And it's like, but to, you know, most people who play a lot of games, they're just like, just feels natural.
In a lot of ways, it is kind of like learning a language where there's this barrier to entry, and you kind of have to adjust to being in that space. Did someone just drop a grenade on my feet? That's hilarious. But once you get used to what you're supposed to be looking for, it's like easy and fun and interesting.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
I never thought to
would
compare
say-
it to a language, but yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. In fact, I once upon a time heard something very interesting about language, and I can't confirm this, but I heard someone say that language, in a way, like, you actually kind of, like, change a little bit of, like, your brain. Like, you sort of adopt, like, a different mode when you're speaking a different language. Which is very interesting. And I kind of believe it, specifically because when I've been traveling abroad with friends of mine, and I've been in a country where they don't speak the native language and I do, one of the hardest positions that you have to be in is being a translator, because you're like doing this weird thing, switching back and forth from the language you're supposed to be speaking and then to your friends. And I find like if I get away like from my friends for a little while, or if I get away from my friends for a little while, it actually becomes a lot easier to like function in that language, because it feels like you're not having to constantly like flip a switch, you know?
Yeah, I get that. Out of curiosity, on a related side note,
Yep.
how many other languages do you speak?
So right now it's basically just like a bit of French and Japanese. Not very well for either of them. I would say between the two, I definitely speak French better.
Gotcha. Yeah, because didn't you go to France fairly recently?
Yes, and I actually studied French in middle school and high school. And then, and then I've been to Japan a few times, and I studied abroad there and stuff, so...
Nice.
It really should be... My Japanese really should be better than it is.
I've heard that's a pretty hard language, though.
I would say... So, it's very interesting. The hardest part of it, easily, is like, reading and writing.
Yeah, because don't they have like 3 different alphabets that they use for different things?
Yeah, the 3 different writing systems are definitely
like-
a huge thing.
Isn't it like what is it? Kana, kanji, and hiragana?
It's hiragana, katakana, and kanji. And for those of you who aren't familiar, kanji is basically like the like Chinese characters. Hiragana is like more of a standard alphabet, and then katakana.
All right, we gotta get in the plane.
Katakana visually is kind of a simplified version of hiragana, and that's used for new and foreign words. So, for instance, like your name, Raider Echo, spelled in Japanese, would be done in katakana.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Why did he just walk off the edge? Mikey, what are you doing? He just threw himself off a ledge.
He's got more fight in him. He's just going to fight chaos.
He's diving into the deep depths to fight him.
Nice. Very cool.
Also, Mikey says, ew, French.
Hey, one of the reasons why I took it, not gonna lie, is because for our school, if you took French, you were entered into a lottery where you could go to Quebec during Carnival,
Mm-hmm.
and I got to go, and it was a lot of fun.
Nice.
Quebec is a lot of fun. But
I used to live right next to Canada, but I never actually went over there.
oh, really?
Yeah. I used to live up in Sault Ste. Marie, right next to the bridge that goes across to Canada, to Sault Ste. Marie, Canada.
Oh, neat.
Yeah. That was back in college, though. Back in the dark
Gotcha.
days.
See.
Yeah, I don't know any languages with any degree of proficiency. I know tiny little bits of other languages, but not anywhere near enough to speak them.
Interesting.
Though I do know a fun name of a Welsh town, though.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's Clanvar with Gwingig Gwigert and Robert Cantile Go Go Go.
Wow. And what does that translate to?
Well, it's the name of a town, but I could be wrong. But the town's name is like basically directions. It's if I remember correctly, it's the town across the whirlpool, or no, it's the town next to the Red Cave across from the whirlpool, from the city that houses Saint Cecilia's Church.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, but I guess everybody just calls it Clanvar because the name is excessively long.
Yeah.
They sell shirts with the name on it because it's really long, and it's a tourist attraction.
Really interesting.
15, seconds early. This unit regrets that this unit was not permitted to execute the recruit when first encountered. However,
Oh yeah, I forgot Hedron wanted to execute my character.
and is becoming an
Oh.
asset to the warband. You now have this
Yeah, because I'm getting a little cutscene because I leveled up to a certain point.
Same.
And she's like, I now regret that I was unable to execute you. However, you have become a benefit to this warband. It's like, great, Hedron. Glad to know you still wish that I was dead, but, you know, at least I'm useful. Woo.
Yeah.
Yay me.
So wait, are there separatist groups that aren't like in conflict with the Empire?
I believe so, yes, that there are a few that are briefly mentioned, but even if they choose not to be in conflict with the Empire actively will choose to be in conflict with them eventually.
Interesting.
Just a matter of time and resources.
Is there cloaking technology in this universe?
Yes, but not for humans.
Huh.
The Eldar do have some cloaking technology because they're advanced beyond reason.
It's like, what if you just basically like remember? I'm sure you remember Starkiller Base from Episode 7, right?
Yeah.
What if you just did that, but instead of a giant space laser, you just made an enormous like cloak generator and then just cloaked a whole planet, and you're like, all right, peace out. I'll see you guys later.
That would work up to a point,
Yeah.
because astropaths are a thing, and sometimes they will randomly get dreams of other people's lives, and
Mhm.
if they're trained well enough, they can discern what is an actual just dream from what is somebody else's experience, and can communicate that to the Imperium.
Okay, but can they figure out the coordinates?
Given enough of a good dream, yes.
Well,
So if somebody-
move, though, right? So you just have
Well,
a moving planet.
Yeah, if you had it move, that
Well-
would probably solve that problem.
Yeah,
But if they
a
had
moving cloaked planet.
a quote unquote dream of any person who knew of the location,
Mhm.
they could possibly then know of the location. But specific details are really hard for them to get across, because they don't dream it like a proper dream. They dream it like a feeling, and
Interesting.
communicating a feeling or as a concept or idea is very difficult.
Red, thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate it.
Oh, Mikey
And thank
finally
you
got
for
around to
blocking
it.
Mara, Keith. Was it Keith? Did you block Mara because she was being sus, or did you just do it just to do it? Oh, thanks, thanks, Red. I'm glad you like me. All right, shall we queue up?
Yeah. Do you want to keep doing on that difficulty or go higher?
It's
up to you.
How does this work exactly?
So if you up the difficulty, generally there's going to be more enemies, more elite enemies, and you're going to take more damage.
Okay.
So if you're still kind of struggling on a lower level, I would say we should still stay on that.
What sort of what's gonna get me better gear? Again, like you said, not to buy anything. So like, should I what sorts of missions will help me get better stuff?
Because it's so RNG dependent, it's hard to say. You will get better quality gear at higher levels, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're going to get good gear at
That's
higher
the thing
levels.
Is I don't think I'm checking now. I haven't gotten. Oh, okay. Apparently, I got an autogun. So at least
There
there's
you
that.
go.
Okay. So I have an autogun now.
Now we're
and then
talking.
I had gotten a shovel, so okay. Because I was gonna say, like, I didn't think that I had any particularly good gear, but yeah, if we'll just keep getting more stuff, then I guess we can, we'll try something a little harder.
Oh, you want to knock it up a notch? All right. All right.
Look what kind of autogun. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the
Mark
types.
8.
I believe there's also an inspect option as well.
Yeah.
So you can see a better breakdown of the details in there.
All right. Red's saying that this one's based, so that's
I
good.
suppose that's a good thing.
I would suppose so.
Also, I don't know if you had a chance to look at it, but I did send you a picture of a Night Lord
Oh yeah, I saw that. That's
earlier. Okay.
Interesting. Looks
Just
like
like
a
they
heavy
got like
metal
little
album
lightning
cover.
and shit. They do look very metal.
Yeah.
They do.
All right. Ready when you are.
All right. We are queuing now.
What is he holding in his right hand? Is that a? Oh, it's a belt coming off of a bolter. For a second, I thought the two like sparks of lightning. I thought he was holding like a head with some kind of weird mechanical spine coming off.
Oh
of
no,
it.
he's holding a fancy kind of bolter that has like a belt. It's like a belt fed bolter. It's a weird
Interesting.
variant. And in his other hand is a chain glaive, which is pretty much
Gotcha.
only ever used by the Night Lords because I don't know.
Interesting.
And unfortunately, none of the miniatures have chain glaives, and it makes me sad.
Really?
I want my lore accurate Night Lord. Night Lords don't have very many models on the tabletop, unfortunately. You just take a generic Chaos Space Marine, and you just paint them up in the Night Lord scheme. They don't even hardly have any specific rules either.
Oh,
Their rules
really?
are not that great. It makes me sad, but they are slowly working towards giving each of them a specific rule book. Because each of the factions have their own like set of rule books called codexes. And like most recently, the World Eaters just finally got their own specific codex that's all special rules and things just for them.
Interesting.
Because before that, they were just all included and as like 2 pages in the Chaos Space Marines Codex. Also, it didn't queue us. Why didn't it queue us?
There we go. Maybe it's because I had a mini quest. I had to go to the Shrine of the Omnissiah.
Is it queuing us? It's not showing. Oh, there it is. It for some reason it was not popping up there. But yeah, they used to just have like a couple little pages of special rules in a book that's just meant for basically the Black Legion specifically. And it was a little sad, but they're slowly working towards getting more specific rule books out for the like sub factions, which is great.
Neat.
But my Night Lords have been done dirty for far too long.
I see.
They're just neat. And the books were really good. They were the first I think the first Warhammer books I ever read was the Night Lords ones.
Uh-huh.
Or at least the first one was my first introduction into the actual books. 'Cause I knew about the lore beforehand, but I didn't actually read the books until then.
So, here's a question. Like, if the universe is so set in terms of like their like players can't really create their own legions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the legions are all fixed.
Yeah. Well, the rules are. You can technically paint them up however you want, and then just tell your opponent, I'm playing with this rule set.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Like, I could take I could take my World Eaters, and I could just be like, okay, these are just, you know, I could say they're Black Legion. They're just painted up how I wanted to paint them up.
Interesting.
Yeah. As long as they have the same size base as the model that you're declaring them as, then it works.
Eyes open. Don't let those carcass get the drop on you.
Because like you can't declare like something with a 10mm base as a Chaos Knight which has like a 130mm base, because there's rules that are dependent on how far something is from base to base from another thing.
Huh. Ooh, all right.
Yeah, I don't really play the tabletop that much, but I do know a fair bit about it. I just like to build and paint them. Like I read lore and I read the books and then I go, oh, I really like this faction or this character, and then I buy that faction or character's models and paint them.
Interesting.
Though people do go to like the big tournaments and stuff for it too, but the game's rules, at least up until the most recent edition, were kind of excessive to the point where it's just like you had to like basically read a dictionary to learn how to play the game. So I didn't have any interest in playing it, but now they've shortened up a lot of the rules to make it a little bit more streamlined for this current edition. I might actually give it a go.
Cool. Are the auto rifles, do they all exclusively have iron sights, or can you get optics for them?
That I am not sure.
Okay.
Mikey, if you're still in the chat, you can, either let me or him know. Because he plays the veteran primarily, so he would know more about the guns.
Huh.
I don't really use the guns on any of my classes.
Thank you for the follow.
Race guns have
Elajas
different sights.
Or Elajas? I want to make sure I'm pronouncing that right. Watch out.
It's a Logitech. I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Mutant. It's going well. I don't know if you're here from Echo's chat or if you just decide to pop in, but welcome.
I don't believe they're from mine. Oh.
I was going to purge of the enemies of the Imperium. It's going pretty well. I just got an automatic weapon.
I hear a monstrosity somewhere. I heard it, I swear.
Oh yeah.
I heard the groan and it started doing like an uptick in the music. Oh, behind us, yep.
Oh yep.
Beast of Nurgle.
Oh, Nurgle, get out of here.
There's another instance of a minor demon.
Yep.
But this is one that, we probably have no rights to realistically be able to kill.
Oh yeah.
Like, in the lore, there's no fucking way a team of 4, just regular-ass human beings, especially just random criminals that they just pulled in to work with the Inquisition,
Why not?
would be able to take down something like that. Because just being near it, your skin would start to, like, fall off the bone.
Oh. We have the
Because
Emperor-
Nurgle is a god of plague and diseases. Everything they touch is terrible.
But
That's why they fight long drawn out wars, because they don't have to win by killing you directly. As long as you're near them, you're getting a plague. You're gonna die eventually.
so how do you deal with them?
Run.
So
Or just
That's another
exterminatus the planet that they're on, which means to blow it up or virus bomb it.
okay. And then what?
Hope that they died. There's not really that many ways to combat an enemy who just being near them just literally kills you? I don't know. I don't know
Gotcha.
too much about them, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Uh,
Nurgle worshippers are weird. I don't understand their logic for even siding with Nurgle, other than that they don't feel pain anymore. But that seems like a shitty trade-off for becoming a fucking zombie or a, weird, gross tentacle thing.
So we're being asked. Oh gosh, where was I taking that much damage from? Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm being asked what I think of Warhammer. I'm fairly new to it. I like it conceptually, for sure. Ow. Nurgle is your favorite chaos god? Interesting.
Why? I want to know why. Not like in a disrespectful way, but I'm genuinely curious as to why his favorite would be that. Because personally, I don't know. I just don't see appeal in it. Like, all the other gods have something going for them, even if it's kind of like it's not really that great either way kind of a thing. But I don't really see the benefit of being a Nurgle worshipper.
Interesting. Oh, by the way, something I forgot to ask about, although I didn't see it. Does this game have does this game have any Twitch integration stuff?
No.
Ah, shame.
I know, disappointing. I
Vermintide
was really
does.
hoping that they did like Vermintide, but
Yeah.
no dice. At least not yet. I'm like 40% confident that they'll do it eventually.
Disgusting but cute? In what way does anything...
In what way does rotting flesh bring cute to you? Also, you may want to heal, Geyser.
Yep, I know. I'm getting there.
Because you are very cursed.
I was healing up while literally in the sights of the enemy, so...
Ah,
Oh, gosh.
gotcha.
They just keep spawning people.
Alright, I'll protect you while you do that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
I'll just use the last bit on myself. I'm something of a heal whore myself.
There we go. I hear a lot of yelling over here.
Oh, there is a lot of enemies on you, but...
Yep.
Alright, I'll zap them.
That's okay.
I had a train of thought, and then I fucking lost that shit.
I was gonna say, the fact that not a single one of us brought a flamethrower is very weird to me.
If you're playing as the Zealot, you have access to a flamethrower.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And it's actually one of the better ad clear weapons in the game. Not surprisingly.
Yeah. Makes sense.
So I used that and the
Alright.
heavy chain sword called the Eviscerator on mine.
Sweet. I don't know if that's a dog or what, but I heard something.
I didn't hear a howl, but I could have just missed it. Oh, that's a lot of bad. 2 maulers in one little group. Not real good.
Ooh. Move. Alright. Yeah.
I don't know why I just swung at a dude who was like 50 feet from me. Like, there was not even a doubt in my mind that I would not be able to reach that man with a melee, but I still swung.
Thank you for the hydrate, RPG After. We are winning for the Imperium.
Unfortunately.
Fortunately, don't listen to the narrator. He's
I'm a
corrupted by
man
chaos.
of chaos. I mean, at least the guy in your chat was not for Slanesh, though.
Why?
That would be much worse.
Why?
Slanesh is the god of excess, so take everything you've ever felt in your life, turn it to 11, that's them.
Okay.
And,
Sounds like,
you know, you ever felt pain? They're gonna make you feel it at an 11. You ever... You never had any bit of lust? Well, guess what? They're gonna do some real bad shit to your body.
You know what that actually reminds me of a lot is, I don't know if you're super into a lot of, like, horror franchises. I myself am not. But
I like a few.
The idea of, like, just all excesses reminds me a lot of, like, Hellraiser.
Yeah, like the Cenobites. Yeah, basically
Yeah.
take that, but also turn it into, like, a concept usable in war as well. They, like, fuck demons and shit, too.
Right. I mean, yeah, that's Cenobites, right?
Yeah, I mean, kinda. Also, some of these dudes I just found out when I was, reading the Talon of Horus, they can just unhinge their jaws like a fucking snake and rearrange their own vocal cords so that way they can scream so loud it just pops your insides.
Sounds useful.
Because excessive sound... I don't know. They're strange, and they will absolutely do horrible things that no human being should ever do to another human being, to you just for fun.
Uh-huh.
During the Siege of Terra, instead of, like, you know, actually helping, you know, fight the Imperium at all, they went off and just did horrible, horrible things to the civilian populace.
I see.
Yeah, it's part of the reason why the Horus Heresy failed. Because they just went off to fucking kill the civilians instead of contribute to the war.
That's interesting.
Yeah, they're not great. They're kind of awful.
Kind of sounds like a bit of an understatement, I would say.
Oh yeah, and I'm definitely underselling the things that they do because there's only so much I can say on Twitch.
RPG After says his favorite weapon of the 41st millennium is the shovel. It's mine too, if I'm being honest.
Ah, yes, a true man of the Imperial Guard.
So, RPG After, I don't know if you're familiar with this game, but I'm what's called a veteran sharpshooter, and which that means that I get access to laser guns and auto guns,
Las guns.
which I guess are just standard bullet firing guns.
Mm-hmm. They also sometimes refer to las guns as flashlights, because that's about as much of an effect as they have on most of the big enemies. Because, you know, wouldn't you know it, demons are pretty bullet resistant.
Yeah.
And pretty laser resistant, too.
So, I think, RP Drafter, you can dress up similar to a Kriegsman, but right now, I'm literally just a guy in convict pajamas.
Yeah, unfortunately, you can't do an exact Kriegsman, but you can get semi-close. Yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine eventually they'll add a Kriegsman one just because of the sheer demand for it. Excuse me.
So what are the Kriegsmen? I actually don't know that part of the
They're a Imperial Guard regiment that comes from a death world called Krieg. And their whole shtick is that they wear gas masks. Nobody else likes them because they're weird. They don't speak, and they will kill you with a shovel and a frag grenade.
Okay. Sounds like...
Pretty much it.
exactly
Also,
World War
they
One.
really love to dig trenches.
So it's literally just World War One, because
Yeah,
basically that was the interesting thing. Is at a certain point in World War One, collectively most militaries were like, all right, using rifles doesn't make any sense because a normal infantryman can't really see anything and is going to be taken out by machine gun fire. So they started investing, and also a lot of snipers were dead later on in the war. Which is actually one of the big things that America brought to the war. Is we had a lot of marksmen who would bring their like rifles from home, and they actually did pretty well. But it would be like for your average soldier, you would basically give them like a shovel and some grenades, and that was the best way that they could contribute to the fighting. Is you have them crawl up to a trench, throw some grenades in, and then you're good.
Another parallel between the Krieg and World War One is they are really, really good at making and using artillery.
Okay.
Like that is their major thing, is that a lot of times they're called into either battles where it's on like a death world and nobody is gonna want to go there to help fight, or they need like artillery real bad.
I see.
Then they're gonna call the Death Corps. Because the Death Corps Kriegsmen just they want to take on the shitty battles.
Wait, why is land-based artillery even necessary?
Because a lot of battles are fought on the ground.
Right, but if you have spaceships in orbit over a planet, why wouldn't you just orbitally bombard them?
Oh, they definitely do.
Yeah.
But when you have, you know, battlefield scales of, you know, millions, if not billions of people, you are going to want some stuff on the ground, too. You know, you're going to want a little bit of variety there, because if they take out your, you know, orbital bombardment, then you have no bombardment.
Are the... Interesting. How do the Tyranids actually, like, move to different planets? Exactly.
Bioships. So, what happens is that the Tyranids come in these big giant ships that are just filled with what are called spore mines or spore pods. And they just drop those on a planet in the billions.
Okay.
And when they touch the ground, they immediately start becoming Tyranids.
Oh, interesting.
Because they're literally like coming down as like spore clouds.
Right.
So much so that most of the time when they invade a planet, it is said that they blot out the sun. And they just hit the ground and start growing.
Out of curiosity, have you ever heard of the concept of a Kasaba howitzer?
No. I don't.
Okay.
I can't say I have.
So a Kasaba howitzer is basically the closest thing that we have to, in concept, Godzilla's nuclear breath. And it's posited as a very good idea for space battles. Basically what it is, like, how familiar are you with the concept of a shaped charge?
Vaguely.
So basically the way a shaped charge works is like, when you have an explosive next to something, you want the explosive to be concave rather than being flat against it. So that way the explosion basically gets channeled into that like pocket of air.
Yeah.
And basically that's the way an RPG works, is the tip of an RPG is concave and lined with copper. And so the explosion basically channels through that concave area, melts the copper, and it creates a jet of molten copper that reaches the armor.
Okay.
So, for a Kasaba howitzer, that is basically doing the same thing, but with a nuclear warhead. So imagine having a nuclear explosion that you direct in a particular direction.
Okay.
So yeah, it's like basically having a nuclear flamethrower that you can just point at the enemy.
Yeah. See, that would
feels like
never
a very
be
good
able to
anti-pyramid
exist
weapon.
in Warhammer.
Wait, sorry,
Because that will never exist in Warhammer.
what? Why?
Because they're afraid of technology.
Oh.
The
They don't
bulk
have
of their
nuclear weapons.
technology comes from the Adeptus Mechanicus, and one of their beliefs, because they're essentially a giant Martian cult, is that any creation or of new technology is like heresy, because all the technology that should exist already exists.
Well, do they have nuclear weapons?
They do.
Oh,
So-
then
but
it's not,
very,
it's not
very
creating
rarely.
anything new. It's just using nuclear weapons in a slightly different way.
See, they won't do that though, because that would be it would be creating something different from what it originally was. They won't. They refuse to do anything other than what they have these things called STCs, standard template constructs, which are
Right,
basically
I'm somewhat familiar.
they're basically like blueprints for specific things. They will not and refuse to deviate from those STCs.
Gotcha.
Because it goes against their beliefs, because the last time that somebody got a little too creative, the Men of Iron were born, and that was a whole problem.
Right. RP Drafter is talking about that in my chat. I'm familiar with that. I just thought that had more to do with AI, because like they're capable of making things that are more advanced than the concept of a Kasaba howitzer. So it's strange to me that just saying, "Oh, let's direct the explosion," is
Yep. I know it sounds absurd, but I don't know. It's a cult, and they're the only ones that have the like manpower and foundries to be able to make these things efficiently for the Imperium. So the Imperium kind of just has to go, well, I guess them's the rules.
But does the Imperium have conventional nuclear weapons?
Yes, kind of. It's like yes with a caveat. They're extremely rare and are only really ever used in very specific scenarios.
I guess it makes sense, because it feels like if the Imperium of Man had nuclear weapons, the conflict would just be over. But
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why they don't use them more. Like, the concept of an exterminatus is essentially they're just dropping a super high-powered nuke that's going to just frag the entire planet.
yeah, that's what.
Usually into pieces.
What would happen actually? This is an interesting.
Though typically
question.
they just virus bomb instead, but yeah.
What would happen if, like, so let's say that there was a world that was like corrupted by chaos. What if they just kind of let it do its thing and then attract a bunch of other chaos entities and then just like nuke it?
The odds that they would be able to get close enough if they let it fester are very slim.
Couldn't they?
Once
this is
chaos
something-
gets a hold of a planet completely, it is really hard to get close to that planet.
So they could do something that I believe was tried and failed in the Halo universe, which is you send a nuke essentially through a guided nuke through the warp.
The warp is really not reliable.
Yes, but they could try. Also,
They
worst case
could,
scenario,
but there is also a terrible case scenario where it just disappears for 300 years and then just randomly appears on your planet.
Well,
And
given
you
that
will
this
all
is
die.
Warhammer, given that this is Warhammer, it would probably be, it would obviously be human piloted, or piloted by a servitor. So what you would do is you
Well,
would
if it's
send
going
it
through the
out-
warp, it can't be piloted by a servitor.
Oh, well,
Because in
then
order to
you would-
go through the warp and navigate the warp, you need a navigator.
Got it. So you would do it.
And
you would
navigators
have it
are
be a
kind
main
of
crew,
rare.
And if they get lost in the warp, then for too long, you just have them detonate themselves and hope
Mhm.
that they take as many warp beings with them as they possibly can get.
Well, you see, the problem with that specifically
Yeah.
is that the warp is massive and mostly empty.
Hmm.
The warp is
Fair.
not like one cohesive thing.
Aren't there things that you can do to attract chaos, though?
To an extent.
Because that's one of the things that I'm wondering is like, why isn't the Imperium trying harder specifically to attract chaos to a place and then just like destroy the planet once chaos shows up?
Eliminating. The target's holed up in an enforcer station, using it as a fortress or something. You'll have quite a walk to get there, but good news, everyone will be shooting at you.
Doesn't them fighting just make chaos stronger?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it 100% does. Specifically Khorne. Any kind of violence is going to empower Khorne.
Interesting.
Because Khorne is our concept of violence made manifest.
Hmm.
It is said that Khorne was born from the first action of violence of an ape against another ape.
That's oddly specific.
Yeah, they don't necessarily mean that exactly literally, but because it's the Imperium saying this, of course they're gonna say, you know, oh, it's human-focused. It's
Okay,
humans
okay.
that made it.
So that's
But-
not the literal lore.
No.
necessarily. Okay.
To be completely and utterly plain with you, nobody has any fucking clue where they originally came from. The only one that we know exactly what created it is Slanesh. Because its birth literally tore the universe, or the galaxy in half. Not the universe. And for all we know, there could be other major Chaos Gods just existing in another part of the warp that is connected to a different galaxy that we have no idea about and will never know about.
So I know that there have been, there's been at least one game, and I know because sometimes I just have people like either like playthroughs of games or whatever, like lore videos, on in the background when I do stuff sometimes.
Mhm.
I know that there was a game where the end of it was there was an Eldar, an Orc, and a Space Marine who team up to kill a Chaos God, or to take out a Chaos God. And I'm thinking to myself, like, if that sort of thing happens, where it's like the
I'm trying to think
lot
of
of
what
the
game
more-
that would be.
a lot of the more I want to say it's something fleet. I can't remember.
Oh, probably Battlefleet Gothic Armada.
Something like that. Yeah, I think.
But
I think that's what it is.
those games, I think, are technically not canon.
Because I was gonna say, like, if that's possible, then why wouldn't, like, couldn't the Imperium of Man at a certain point? Well, I guess the orcs are too fragmented, but hypothetically, couldn't you just go around collecting orcs like Pokemon and being like, look, chaos is bad. Why don't you guys fight the Wog against chaos? You can have as much Wog as you want if you fight chaos.
Well, the problem with that is, if you're talking to an orc, you're within hitting range.
Right.
It wants to hit you.
Fair enough.
They're very simple creatures. If they can crump something, they're gonna crump it.
Yes. However, if they have the, if Gothic Armada isn't canon, then that's fair. But if it is canon, then my suggestion stands. You collect that guy, and you have him go around. Hopefully, like, yeah, basically just starting a Wog against chaos, and then you just have the infinite war of orcs fighting chaos, and then the Imperium just can kind of sit back. and
I
hang
mean,
out.
to an extent, I believe it was in the Octarius sector, they kind of did that with orcs versus Tyranids, where they got in a conflict that it was kind of a three-way conflict between the Imperium and the orcs, and then the Tyranids also just arrived, and the Imperium kind of just backed out a little bit, so that way they would just fight each other. But that was a horrible idea because, you know, orcs can infinitely multiply, Tyranids can infinitely eat off of those infinitely multiplying things. So they just infinitely make the Tyranids stronger, which is not a good idea.
Isn't that what you want, just so long as you... So, if you can essentially massage both sides to make it so that the eating and the multiplying are being done at the same rate...
Oh, but they're not being done at the same rate. That's the problem.
Oh, really?
Yeah, for, like, say one like, little Tyranid guy, like a Termagant or a Hormagaunt, eats one orc, right? It could possibly, from that material, make 5 or 6 more Hormagaunts or Termagants.
Interesting.
And if they eat a lot of it, they're just gonna eat the other Tyranids to make a larger Tyranid, like a Tervagon or Tyrannifex or,
Yeah,
you know,
don't the orcs
Carnifex or
have-
something like that.
Don't the orcs have an advantage, though, because they have technology?
Theoretically, they should, but the Tyranids are kind of intelligent and can adapt to basically anything. So given enough time and exposure to a thing, they can find a way to prevent that thing from harming them.
Wait, they can...
There was an instance where, I can't remember if it was the Imperium or somebody else was trying to use poison, essentially, against the Tyranids. And eventually that created a whole hive splinter fleet that completely survives in poison, and not only that, absorbs the poison into their body and uses it on their weapons.
Okay, but aren't orcs... But are they immune to getting cut in half by chainsaw mechs? Because that seems like something that's a little difficult to grow genetic immunity to.
No, but if you have an overwhelming amount of anything, really, you can, as long as you can overwhelm the orcs in number, you're gonna do alright. And especially if you can eat your own plus the enemy, that's just a buffet.
Fair enough. Yeah, exactly. As RP Drafter says, nothing is immune to chainsaw mechs. Lunacat, what's up? Good to see you. Good to see you.
Nothing is immune to chainsaw mechs.
We're purging the universe of heretics.
You know, it can get a little rough. This section always gets a little hectic. Because this is just like, we have to hold out until the stairs are down.
Lunacat, you don't need to know anything other than humans are the good guys all the time, always.
Yeah, sure.
And anyone who believes otherwise...
When they literally have an institution that's motto is innocence proves nothing, I can't really say that the humans are good guys.
Let's go, baby! What happens to the enemies of mankind? They fall before me, like wheat before the scythe.
I don't know. I just love the Warhammer universe just because it's kind of absurd.
Yep.
Like, there's a lot of things in it that is like, realistically, would this make sense? No, but does it kind of work in Warhammer because everything is just kind of crazy and a little stupid? And it's just great.
No,
it's a little silly.
So you know, RP Drafter, Raider is an unabashed heretic.
Oh yeah, I'm unashamedly a heretic.
He will eventually die by my hand, but for now...
You think so? You think so?
I know.
You fucking loyalist dog.
Let's go. God, Emperor wills it. Let's go, baby. That's what I'm talking about.
No.
See, why do I always say that my chat is the best? Because you guys are based. Let's go. All right.
It's all right. Once my people get to them, they will see their families skinned in front of them. They will regret their life choices.
Let's go. Let's go. One life, one bite, baby. That's what I'm talking about. One chance. Uh-oh. I'm getting pinned.
Yeah, I saw that. The dog literally just fell from the sky. That was a little strange.
I got heavily tossed around a corner.
Yeah, that was because a Poxburster blew up on you. Got me a little bit too. I almost fell off a ledge. I was scared for a second.
Ow, ow, ow. My health is very, very low. If someone went to the healing thing and took the healing.
I did not.
Someone on our team is allowed to chaos, and they're gonna die after this. They're getting reported to the Inquisition.
Yeah. See, that's a problem with the Inquisition is you can report anybody to the Inquisition and they will probably just kill them.
Let's go.
Because they don't have the time or resources to waste in investigating it. They got bigger fish to fry. So they'll just kill you and be done with it.
Alright.
It's just like, I believe it's... I want to say it's the Grey Knights that have like a sort of Scorched Earth policy with demons. Where it's like, say you're in a battle, you know, you're an Imperial Guardsman, you're fighting, you know, demons and shit. And then, you know, the Grey Knights arrive. And it's like, great, you know, Astartes' backup is here, you know? That's great, it's lovely. But then once the battle ends, you're probably the next on the chopping block. Because they will just kill you because you know about chaos. Yeah.
Maybe you shouldn't have learned.
Not your fault, you're just one of the millions that were just thrown at them.
Maybe you shouldn't have learned.
Maybe you shouldn't have been a filthy fucking loyalist.
Yeah. Maybe you shouldn't be a weak of faith.
I have faith. I have faith in corn. Because blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne.
Go work on an aggro planet.
No. I would rather just, murder everyone on it.
Watch out. I hear a mutant.
Yeah, there's a mutie and a hound as well.
Oh!
I kept tasing the damn thing, but it was too far across the fire for me to actually effectively kill it. So it still ran past us.
Alright.
Alright, I keep going for the ammo, but I don't need ammo. I don't use gun.
I need ammo. I need as much as you can possibly give me.
Well, unfortunately it's not much.
Oh, that's a lot of guys. Ow, I'm down.
Yeah, I see that.
Oh my gosh. It's okay, guys. I was firing indiscriminately, but this is chaos we're dealing with. It's alright.
It's alright, I'm just fighting fire with fire. I am chaos, but I am fighting chaos.
Let's see. Where do those health packs come from, by the way? Because I need one.
Well, there's some that you just find in crates and things.
Oh, wait.
But then there's also... Yeah,
Missing a power cell.
Mike's grabbing the power cell right now.
Ah, nice.
He's on his way
cool.
over.
Good.
Yep. Though usually the ones that you have to manually power only have a couple charges. Looks like this one had full charges though, so that's nice.
Yes, your service to the Emperor will be rewarded.
Sometimes on the higher difficulties, you'll drag a battery all the way to it, and it'll only have one charge.
Oh, RP Drafter, by the way, the sound redeems got fixed. It was a weird thing where I guess the browser source was out of date. So it should be good for you to use the channel point redeems now. which brings me as much joy as bringing death to Xenos.
But we're not even fighting any Xenos.
Doesn't matter. Xenos heretics.
I mean, that's one thing that we can agree upon, though, is death to the Xenos.
They all jib very nicely. Oh gosh, watch out behind us. There's a big guy.
Yeah, there's a few of them in there.
Oh gosh, my frame rate.
He grabbed me! He grabbed me! I've been done diddly grabbed.
What the heck? Oh. Thank you for the RP drafter. Thank you for the oof, Ludicat. I don't know who you're oofing here, but there's so many guys, dude. I think. Did you guys just leave? Yeah, I think you guys just left.
No, we're still here.
Oh. Oh. Well, I'm dead. So.
Yeah, we're just unable to deal with the sheer amount of flamethrower that was on you.
Yeah.
But that's okay. You will be alive somewhere ahead where we will be able to untie and rescue you.
Sounds good. All right.
Oh.
Wait. Oh wait. Oh, waiting rescue. Got it.
Yeah, you're awaiting rescue.
All right.
Mikey, why are you
There's
shooting
a lot
me?
of dudes around here. Oh, I'm mad that I'm gonna miss this fight. These Xenos meet you, Shovel. I have an axe now.
Just wait until you get a chain axe. Because for some reason, the Warhammer setting loves to just put chainsaw bits on things that don't make any sense to. I am currently hanging for my dear life.
Oh no.
Yeah, an explosion kind of threw me.
Oh.
And I kind of fell off the map.
Well, they definitely see you coming. There's a lot of guys with laser guns coming after you.
I'm dead now too.
Wait, like... Oh, you fell off.
Yeah, I got flung off the edge, so I was dangling by the edge, and if they don't pick you up off the ledge for a certain amount of time, you will just die.
Your faith was not strong enough.
I am a man of little faith. Try to
Let's
spectate
go!
Mickey. Okay, so he got you up at least. He did not pick up the other teammate, who I think is now dead as well.
Let's go. I'm gonna get him.
I don't think he will die like that, because he's just in a netting.
Oh.
But he will just remain like that.
Interesting. Okay, cool. Now where are you?
I'm dead, so you guys just gotta keep going
right.
forward.
I'm-
I'll eventually spawn when you
Yeah, I
get
see where you're
far enough
spawned.
ahead.
I see
Yeah.
where you're spawned. I'm just trying to figure out how we get there.
You just keep trucking forward.
I
I'll be
guess
on the path.
Alright.
Because you'll go up here and you'll drop down.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yep.
Yeah. You'll drop it down and you go around. Well, this is a good time as any to hydrate a little bit.
Hey, does that guy have an auto laser rifle, or is he just spamming?
He probably has an auto las.
Interesting.
Back in the beta, there was a perk that you could get for one of the las rifles that increased the rate of fire, and Mikey had it to the point where it was so fast it was basically a stream of laser, like just one constant stream of laser.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah, they took that perk out of the game because it was a little bit broken.
I found a small diamantine.
Oh, diamantine.
Yeah.
Nice. We refer to those as cubes.
What do they do?
They're just another resource like blast steel.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, they're used
Is it
mostly
like a particularly
for.
rare one, or?
You find them more often like the higher difficulty you go.
Solid.
They're mostly for upgrading your weapons to, I believe, purple or above.
Okay. Sweet.
So yeah, always a good thing to have.
Oh, you know
Can
what's
never
interesting?
have too much.
That's a cool. That's kind of a cool little detail. Although
What?
it doesn't really make sense for that to be there. They should have done it the other way. But the weapon on this has this little moving dust cover with rollers on it. That's actually very similar to the this weapon that the Swedes use. That's kind of an interesting little detail.
Swedes?
Yeah. In fact, this weapon is very reminiscent of that. Any
Probably.
Battlefield fans should know what I'm talking about. Oh,
I haven't played
hi.
a Battlefield game in a long time.
Oh, okay, we can destroy the ships.
I shall sweep all the army.
Alright.
Oh, I
That's
gotta
a lot of guys.
cure my peril. I almost just exploded from the inside
Threw a
out.
lot of grenades at this guy, so I'm hoping that works.
I put down a little healing thing, so just in case.
Are there particular weapons that do... Oh, gosh. One of our teammates is, like, very low. Or dead.
Yeah, that's Mikey.
Are
I
there...
put down a healing thing, Mike. You just gotta go to it.
Yeah. Are there weapons that do better against shields?
I'm not sure. Plasma guns might,
Okay.
but I don't think so.
Interesting. There we go. Get wrecked.
I mean, like, I use my force sword with it just because it does, like, it has a high damage secondary
Yeah.
action. So I can cut through it pretty quick that way.
Sweet.
Oh, Jesus. Those maulers
no!
just did a shit ton of damage to me.
Yep. Alright. Your boy needs some ammo stat.
Oh, it's alright, because this is the end.
Yeah.
We just literally had to survive for a certain amount of time after the boss dies.
Solid. Alright. I don't know where I got them, but I found 9 bullets. Good for me.
I don't know if my mic picked up me clapping, but I was clapping for you.
Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Very good. Good stuff.
Do need to spring a quick leak, though, so I will be right back.
Alright. Do your thing. I'll take care of your chat while you're gone. Thank you for the quack. Whoever did that. Luna Cat, you guys quack me up. Oh yeah, in case you guys didn't notice, with the new sound alerts thing in my chat, I have a new style for it. So, if you guys use bits or the soundboard like with bits, even if it's free, it'll be cyan, and if you use the channel point redeem one, it'll be white. I don't know why I did that. I just felt like it. It seemed kind of cool at the time. Maybe I'll change it up again. In fact, maybe I'll make it a little smaller because it is pretty big, but I wanted to make sure that you guys could actually read it. We will see. There we go. We'll try that. That's a little bit smaller. Ah, okay. Luna Cat, how was your day today? You've got a very exciting day tomorrow. I know. Ah, man. I've been thinking about what my next pick
Okay,
will
I am
be.
back.
Wrong Luna Cat. Oh, you're right. You're right. I know. No, I know Luna Cat Meow, but I know the other Luna is listening nearby.
Oh? What? What I miss?
I have 2 Luna Cats in my chat. I have 2 cats in the chats.
You have 2 cats that are born from the moon?
Yes.
Let the work begin.
Man.
One of them is a tabby and one of them meows. Luna Tabby, right on cue. Let's go. Ah, thank you for the mommy milkers, cat. I appreciate that. They bring warmth and comfort in these trying days. All right.
It's such a
Let's
funny
see.
thing to hear, is thanks for the mommy milkers.
Another cat in the chat. Yeah, there's a Luna Tabby in the chat. Luna Cat Meow. You should know this. You can see their name right above yours. Also, Asmodeus the Oni cat is also here. Let's see. Wait, so are revolvers primary weapons?
They
I'm
shouldn't be.
Well, but I'm just wondering what they are, because this is a stub revolver. What slot does that go into?
I would think secondary.
Like instead of a melee weapon?
I don't know. It might actually be your ranged weapon slot. Your primary slot. Not ranged weapon slot.
Yeah. Interesting.
Huh.
The Agrippina Mark 9 Headhunter auto gun. Is that good?
Wondering when you'd stop by.
I think it's probably
don't know.
better than what I have, I guess. Right?
Maybe? I'm not sure. I don't really use the guns all that much, because, like, Psyker, so I use staff and a melee
Right.
weapon. And then
Right,
for my
right.
Ogrin, I use, like, the big fuck-off guns that nobody else has access to and a shield. I don't know. I don't really fuck with guns that much.
Interesting. Cat's taking over my chat is totally fine. I don't mind having a lot of cats in the chat. Should I get a cat's redeem in addition to the bear's redeem? Maybe I'll do that. I'll get a cat plushie on my head like I did in Japan.
What? You had a
I
cat plushie on your head?
So I had this black cat pillow that was like very soft and squishy, and I would wear it on my head while I was studying.
Oh, you just ran past me. I see you.
Yep. Let's see. There's a fox here too. Yeah, there's multiple foxes here. How many foxes are here? Who else is a fox? Because obviously I have all my lovely purple fox friends. That would be Cinna, Cheza, and Harune. Wow. Stuff here is expensive. The cosmetics. Ah, this one looks so cool. So does this one. I like that. That's neat.
Apparently you have earned Mikey's respect because you are a gun man.
A part of me was thinking it would be cool to go with Psychers, but then I remember what happens to Psychers in this universe, and I'm like,
Oh no,
what?
I think he meant like you just know a lot about guns, like real life.
I know a little bit. I have a friend of mine who actually now works for, we'll just say, the military-industrial complex, and we used to nerd out over a lot of stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
I also have family in the military-industrial complex.
Let's see.
I can't talk about that.
Why didn't I go to a cat cafe in Tokyo? Because I'm allergic. I'm very allergic.
Oh, you poor thing.
To cats and dogs and everything. Okay.
All the
Not my
animals? What the fuck?
I mean, primarily cats and dogs. I don't
So all the
really
good
know about
ones.
The rest. I would have many more issues to deal with if I could get close enough to a bear to figure out whether or not I was allergic. All right.
I mean, I've pet bears before. I actually held a baby bear once.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah, it hurt. Because it was a rambunctious little critter.
Gotcha.
They do not have retractable claws, so that hurt to hold. Neat experience, though.
Cat, you don't have to leave. You don't need to.
Eat them to gain their power. What? The bears?
What? Sorry, what? No. I mean, you can try. Oh.
I mean, I
just got
have eaten bear meat before.
I just got a new revolver.
I've eaten a
Perhaps
lot
I'll
of meat.
try it.
I like meat. Meat is good.
You know what? Actually, I'm gonna stick with the auto gun. I don't love revolvers, with exception to the new gacha game that I'm playing, which is called
Which is?
Snowbreak, and you guys should absolutely play it
Snowbreak.
with me.
I don't think I've heard of that one yet.
Oh gosh, it's a third-person shooter gotcha game, and you have different characters with different classes and abilities. It's actually pretty fun. I've been enjoying it.
I may have to look into that.
Yeah, it's cool. Anyways, I'm ready to queue
Oh,
up again when you are.
Mikey was saying to eat them to gain their power thing about cats and dogs, so that way you wouldn't be allergic to them.
Oh yeah, no, I don't. I don't think it works like that. I'm sorry.
It's like the whole joke of like I shot myself with small caliber bullets to build up my resistance, so that way I could get hit with larger caliber weapons.
Oh my gosh. So that's like there was this the guy who invented the bulletproof vest. There's like a video of him when he was like very young from the 70s. Like putting a gun up to his own chest and shooting it. And he's like, "See, it works." And it's like, I would not do that.
I would not trust that shit in a million years.
Thank
Hell
you.
no.
No, thank you.
Do you ever see the video of the one Russian dude catching a bullet?
No.
Yeah, they like
insane.
kept firing repeatedly, like he kept trying over and over, and eventually he does manage to catch the bullet.
That seems like the worst possible thing that you could ever do.
Yeah. I don't know.
So, so you seem to like a lot of the kind of like looter shooters.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm guessing. Do you also play Destiny?
Oh yeah, I used to play Destiny. Oh wow.
Do you play Warframe?
I used to. I don't. It's never been like my favorite, but I have played it a good bit.
Gotcha.
It's been a long time though since I have played it. There have been a couple of times in like recent months where I've like gotten a little bit of nostalgia for it, and I'm like, oh, I should re-download that and boot it up. But I don't know. There's something about it that it just doesn't keep me. And I can't put my finger on what exactly it is.
Interesting. Yeah, trying to think. One of the problems that I had with Warframe for sure is just that they kept talking about wanting it to be like a unified experience, but they just kept sort of coming out with more grind islands.
A unified experience? What do you mean?
Like what they wanted to do was make it so like everything in the game, they wanted to come out with some system where like everything in the game was connected. But they never really did that. They just kept coming out with new areas that were entirely independent, and it required their own individual grinding. So, for example,
yeah.
right, like they had after Plains of Eidolon came out, there was supposed to be a thing of like you would have like ship combat in the air, like over that, and then I think you'd be able to like provide support to people on the Plains of Eidolon, and you'd be able to go like to and from space, and just make everything feel again like it wasn't just like doing totally separate activities. But they never actually ended up really doing that, and so it just feels like very, very grindy, and doing that a lot and in a bunch of different areas just kind of made it feel a little tedious.
Yeah, it is like excessively grindy in the way that you're doing the same grind over and over in different locations.
Yeah. And like that's the aggravating thing, is that there were a few things that they had introduced that I was genuinely really interested in, like being able to basically design your own melee weapon seemed really cool. Or even in the other one where you could design your own guns, I think. But the problem was that the grind involved was just to the point where I didn't really bother. I would just go with like some of the standard stuff. And missing out on those kinds of experiences, or feeling like you didn't have the time or the patience to partake in it, is I think what kind of killed it for me, at least. But you know what they're doing now, right?
No.
So they're actually coming out with this game called Soulframe.
Yeah, I did see that.
I want to say is like melee and magic only, and the
Mhm.
pacing of the combat is supposed to be a lot slower. They don't have the zippy like Warframe movement options, which is a blessing and a curse because it means that you have to be very you have to be a lot more deliberate about combat encounters.
Mhm.
And allegedly, it's going to be a little bit more like a Souls game or Elden Ring
Yeah.
or something like that, which is
That's what I had heard. I think it's neat in
Yeah.
concept, but it's one of those games where I'm a little bit wary of it. Like,
neat. Oh, for sure.
I would not be like hyped to purchase it right away. You know,
Yeah.
I would wait it out and
There-
see
there-
how it comes.
Yeah, there are very few games these days that I like feel hype about, unless of course we're talking free to play. I feel hype about those because like worst case scenario, if it's not good, I'll just stop playing it. But when it comes to paid games, it's like I absolutely want to get away from. I haven't pre-ordered in a very long time. I haven't done anything crazy like that. 'Cause
Yeah.
it's not worth it.
I
Yeah.
rarely ever pre-order. I pre-ordered the new Remnant game, but that I think is the only one in recent memory that I can say that I've pre-ordered. And that was just because I loved the first one. It was one of my favorite games.
Gotcha. Important question. What happened when the air conditioning in the cheesecake factory or the cheese factory broke?
I don't know.
There was a meltdown. Sorry, that was
Okay.
from Chippo in my chat. He loves coming up with bad jokes.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, Chippo, if you had come up with something with fondue, it would have been really good. But
Yeah. Maybe if your joke doesn't, like, include fondue, just don't do it.
fun, don't do it. I like that. I was gonna
See,
say,
I can come up with little quippity quips too.
yeah, it's like what happened. What did the guy say when he found his lost melted cheese?
What?
Fondue.
Ah. Yep.
Get
Yep.
it? Yeah. See, that's a good one.
I mean, I have a non-cheese related sort of
Do it.
joke, kind of,
Do it.
for you.
Yep.
So, somebody was telling me that, onions are the only food that would make you cry, right?
Uh-huh.
So, I threw a coconut at them. That's it. That's that whole joke. It's
Yep.
dumb, but I like the dumb kind of it's almost like anti-humor,
Yes.
and I like those a lot.
It's
They
very
rustle my
funny.
jimmies.
Generally speaking, the harder, the more I actually try to come up with a good joke, the more people hate it. So, I've given up on effort.
I mean, fair enough.
What is this?
Oh god, oh god. Boxburster. I'm keeping him tasered though.
Sweet. Yeah, that tasering ability is so useful.
Yeah, I do love me my surge staff.
Alright. Let's go. Oh, Lunacat, I don't know if you're still here, but someone sent me a really, really, really cool Espeon Pokemon card. I know I showed you that other really cool Pokemon card art the other day. Remind me to send you that, because it's very cool.
I need more Pokemon cards. I mean, I need to not spend money on more Pokemon cards, but I need more Pokemon cards.
I just want cool art of Pokemon.
Yeah.
I don't
I
actually
love the
play-
full art cards. They're just cool.
I grew up having Pokemon cards, but I never really understood how to play. Yu-Gi-Oh was always sort of my jam.
See, I know how to play it. I just don't. I never really have, except for that one time when we got snowed in college and we alternated between playing Pokemon and playing Yu-Gi-Oh.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. We waded through the snow and went to a store and just each bought a starter deck of both things, and
Oh, that's fun.
that's just what we did for the day. It was worth it.
Sweet.
Why do vampires seem sick? They are always coughing. Okay. That's certainly a joke. Thank you for that. It is one of the jokes of all time.
Luna, as soon as I have a free moment, I will send it to you because you deserve it. All right. Let's see.
I'm trying to think of another joke, but my brain is not working. Which is bad, because, like, I was literally just, like, I somehow stumbled onto a video that was just them telling terrible dad jokes to each other, like, an hour before stream, and now I cannot remember any of those things.
Wait, where did these guys spawn from?
Above.
Oh,
They jumped off the bridge up there.
I see.
Anywhere they can come from, they will come from.
See. Okay, there we go. A little more
I
ammo.
sometimes forget I can actually just whack people with the staff.
Oh, yeah. That's good.
Doesn't really do me much good, but you know. Oh, nobody pressed the button.
Oh. Right.
That tech priest in odd sort, ain't she?
Truthfully, there is no other aboard this vessel to match my intellect.
That's someone I want to wind up, if you follow me.
Go, go, go. All right.
Oh, Trapper.
Where?
Oh, he's dead now.
All right. All is right in the world.
Yes, yes, yes. All things are good and correct now. Oh, that's a horde behind.
Yep. All right. Neat.
I gotta manage my peril. When I use my warp magics, my powers, my psychic abilities, I build up peril, and if it gets too high, I just fucking explode.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I instant die.
That's an interesting mechanic. I feel like I would die a lot if that was me.
Yeah, it's a lot of trying to use other abilities to manage it, or finding the time in combat to do the little meditation thing.
There you go.
Uh-oh, demon host. Somewhere. Right there. Don't touch it.
Oh.
Because that is the last thing we want to do.
Wait, why? Isn't it literally our job to
I mean, yeah,
destroy stuff like that?
it is, but we get nothing from engaging it, and it will likely kill at least one of us.
Fair enough. Wait, did it die?
No. We just walked around it.
Oh, because it stopped. When I was looking at it, it stopped glowing. I can hear the voices, but.
Well, yeah, that's because the marks on the target only last for a certain amount of time.
Ah.
Yeah, like if I ping something, it's only gonna last, you know, 10, 20
wait,
seconds.
was it glowing green? Was that what did it?
Yeah, it was glowing because I pinged it like that. Demon hosts get a different color for whatever reason when you ping
If
them
I shot it
than
and then
anything
closed
else
the
does.
door, would it be able to get us?
Oh yeah, it'll teleport to you.
Ah, lame.
Yeah, it'll just like open a little hole in the warp and just go right towards you.
Annoying.
Yep. And they will attack one person until that person is dead.
Nice.
Usually the person who pissed it off or the person who's closest to it.
Sweet.
I may or may not have used that to my advantage to deal with toxic players before.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I did not rescue them. They were not happy about it.
What is... Okay. I think we're good? It looks like we are.
What? What are we good?
Just the area was clear.
Oh, yeah.
I was just looking for more equipment and stuff to loot.
Gotcha, gotcha. Walk.
So wait, sorry. Do you find like weapons and stuff in on the map, or
No,
are
no,
they-
just
are they
as a
just
reward.
rewards? They're just rewards. Okay.
Just
so It's not
rewards.
like by looting a chest you get guns. Okay.
Correct.
You're on your own. You're on your own.
There we go.
Yeah, our one teammate is way behind, and I have no idea why.
Now, you're just taking the time.
Yeah, they're just doing a little window shopping, you know, they're just roaming around, just looking at all the
Also-
sites and seeing all the things.
When you find something, like I saw that that your friend found that plasteel, does that mean that only he gets it, or
No, we all
is that
get it.
found for the team? Okay,
It's found for the team.
well that's good. Sweet.
You know, one thing I've always loved about, like, the Vermintide and Darktide games is just how satisfying, like, the melee combat feels.
It's pretty good.
Especially with blunt weapons, because you really feel it when one of them, like, bounces off of something, you know? Like, they have a
Yeah.
good job of giving you, like, the sense of impact.
It's definitely fun. I would say that's the. Sometimes I'm more in the mood for that. Other times I do kind of like how smooth the melee feels in Left 4 Dead. You know, where it's just kind of like you just kind of plow through them like they're butter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of how it feels when I'm using my Elios Force Sword. Because it's like a finesse weapon, you know? It
Right.
kind of just slices through them real quick. And then if I imbue it with, you know, warp sorcery, I can cut through anything.
Uh-huh.
It just doesn't stop.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. We are still alive.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Ever the optimist.
Yeah. All right.
He's just straight up like, we can always use you as armor if you fail. Which is certainly something.
Wait, use us as armor if we fail. That's bad luck, though.
Well, he said that he would use us as whatever a blade of armor is.
If I care.
He'd strap us to
Yeah,
the
but-
barricades.
Oh, fair enough, I guess. But
I don't actually know
Wearing-
what a blade of means.
I'm forgetting the exact definition, and I really do not feel like trying to make something up.
Fair enough. See, I just speak bullshit. If I don't know something, I just give my best guesstimate, and as long as I sound confident, somebody will believe it.
Oh yeah.
If you can't blind them with brilliance, baffle them with bullshit.
Fair. Ugh. It's so nasty. Kill these guys and like maggots pop out. Ugh.
Mm-hmm. That's why I could not understand why the one person said their favorite thing is Nurgle.
Weren't you
Just-
the one who said you like goopy space aliens?
Yeah, I do like space aliens. I like them.
Wait, wait, hold on. I thought you said you hated Xenos.
Huh?
You're all over the place, dude. What's going on?
Oh, yeah. I am
You like
all over the
aliens,
place.
but you hate Xenos, and
Yeah.
you love chaos, but you hate what comes with chaos.
I hate one branch of chaos, sure.
Gross zombie things.
See, I'm chaos. I hate everything. To some degree, I hate everything. Even if I like it, I kinda hate it.
Interesting.
I am a living contradiction. Don't doubt my bullshit.
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to not do that. Let's see. Yes.
Ow.
Heretics get the nade, baby.
I got naded.
There we go.
Didn't hurt me though, but it hurt my spirit.
It's alright. Your spirit's in need of healing.
I don't think a frag grenade is healing.
We gotta break it down to build you back up, alright? That's how it works.
The military way. Which, fair enough.
Ew.
Yep. You indeed.
Get out of here.
Now we gotta kill the eyeball.
Yep.
Oh.
Get out of here, Chaos. You stink. Literally.
Yep. I was about to say that, literally. I was literally about to say literally. Ha ha ha. I'm so funny.
Good night, Lunas. I will send you that image very shortly.
What image?
Thank you so much for stopping by. One of them is a big fan of Espeon and Umbreon, and another
right,
friend
the
of mine sent me
Pokemon.
a really cool picture of an Espeon Pokemon card.
Gotcha. Yeah, I forgot that that was a topic of conversation a little bit ago.
Yep, no worries.
Things don't stick in my brain for very long.
It's alright. Sweet. I think we're good.
I think
Oh,
we're
hang on.
almost there. I think.
I'm not gonna lie, the Forces of Chaos are difficult. I feel
Yeah, we're not even halfway up the difficulty.
I feel like the Imperium of Man should have a pretty easy job. If this is what they have to deal with on a regular basis.
I wouldn't say this is what they deal with on a regular basis.
If this is what Chaos is like, they got this in the bag. Come on.
Just when you get a moment, just Google Bloodthirster. And tell me that looks easy to deal with. They are giant demons. Huge. They will kill you and everyone you love.
Yes, but those appear to be in the vast minority of the forces that Chaos brings against us.
Well, to be fair, we're just fighting some low-tier heretics. We're not even fighting real Chaos here.
Aren't we? Isn't that what the gross, like, zombies are?
They are, like, very, very minor corrupted.
Exactly.
They're literally just people who've been infected with, I forget what the name of the actual virus is. Just one of the minor viruses of Nurgle.
Interesting.
As there is much worse things. Especially from Nurgle.
Are the other two randos or friends? We have one person here that is a friend of Echo's, and then we have a rando.
Yes,
also, hi,
indeed.
Lafcadio. Good to see you.
Yep, Red is one of my IRL best friends.
Darktide is pretty good. If you're into the Vermintide games and you wanted more guns and magic, then I would recommend it.
Yeah, it's just Darktide, or just Vermintide plus gun.
True.
And they did it pretty well.
Yeah, not bad. Oh, well, I forgot. Vermintide does have guns.
Does it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I forgot there is guns. But they're like, not like guns. Except for like the engineer's like big chain gun thing that he has.
Well, they have the repeater, they have like the blunderbuss.
Yeah, they're like old school style.
Yeah.
Is what I meant.
Yep. All right.
Not like the more modern style.
All right.
How dare they give me only a gray weapon? That's just money.
Interesting. Huh.
That's interesting.
Let's see. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, Lafcadio, we'll have to do that another time. We'll figure that out for sure.
If I can upgrade that one, that would be better than the one that I have. Gotta see if I got the resources for it. I got a new staff.
Let us scour away old scars and awaken
Right, I
new
got
colors.
another laser gun.
A new marvel is
Nice. Sora, oh my gosh, thank you so much. I super appreciate.
Yeah, I am gonna try and rip that one off of there. Oh, cannot surrender an equipped item. Right, I gotta unequip that item.
Interesting.
I got a better version of a weapon I already have.
Each weapon is a relic. It should be cared for as such.
Hey, I just swapped my weapon, didn't I? I swear I did. Oh, I never hit the equip button. I am a dingus!
Replenish
Many heroes have
speed will
borne
more
your
than
arms before you.
8 meters.
Will do so.
Replenish toughness on a ranged weak spot kill. Or toughness on
Nothing.
an elite or critical enemy kill.
Next. I wish I could take both of them. I can only take one perk, unfortunately.
God is most generous.
I guess I'll do exhilarating takedown, maybe? Sure.
How much do I need?
Why not?
I need 70 diamantine for that. Unfortunate. Have I unlocked this yet? No. That's at 24.
Neat.
Plas gun time? Oh, you're using the plasma gun, Mikey. Mike.
Interesting. All right. Let's see. It is Armory Exchange. Let's see. What do we got?
What you buying?
Oh, wait. Does the shop change every time you complete a mission? Or
If you look down in the bottom corner, I believe it tells you what time, like when you open one of the menus inside of there, it tells you like
so it's
54 minutes. Yeah.
Oh, it refreshes every hour? That's fascinating. Okay. Neat.
Yeah. So you get a new rotation of weapons in there every time.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, hey, we have literally just reached the 4-hour mark. I unfortunately have to go into the office tomorrow, so I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call it here, and I am going to find someone to raid. We can either raid together or we can split up. I think I'm gonna be raiding Maramizu, who is playing some Phasmophobia with a Zeros in a collab. Would you like to do that as well, or would you like to?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would definitely raid them. They're great
Cool.
peoples.
Cool. Well, thank you so much for inviting me on this. This is a game that I've been meaning to play for. In fact, I think someone who bought this for me. Shoot, I have to remember who bought this for me because someone actually genuinely bought this for me. So thank you once again to the person who did that. But yeah, this was definitely cool. Everyone in my chat, remember, go check out Lafcadio. And before we go, both from my chat, anyone here who's still new, or anyone in Raiders chat who's just meeting me for the first time, one thing that I like to do before we raid is I like to have a little section where I give some kind of advice, or a little tip, or some kind of story, just to end the stream, hopefully on a positive note, and give you guys something to think about or work on until the next time we meet, which will be tomorrow, playing Risk of Rain with Ulysses. So, Raider, Echo, what sort of life advice do you have?
I I don't know that I have anything like particularly great and profound, but
Oh, it doesn't have to
you
be
know.
great and profound. It can literally
Oh,
be like, make sure remember, like how often you do the dishes, or like something like it absolutely doesn't have to be anything like crazy.
yeah, I was just gonna say, just like, just make sure you take care of yourself. Just know what you need and take care of what your needs are.
Mhm.
That's
Yeah.
about it. You just make sure you're in good health and you're happy, and then you're doing good.
Yeah, that's totally fair. So, my advice for chat is that forgiveness is a process. This is something that I had been thinking about for a number of reasons recently. But I was actually talking to a friend about this, and to them and even to me sometimes forgiveness feels like something that needs to be done instantly, where you basically gloss over your own feelings in order to maintain a relationship, and that's not how things should be, because it so happened that for my particular friend, she actually ended up getting into a fight over that same thing with a person when they kind of thought they were cool, and it's because she hadn't really properly gone through the steps of managing her own emotions. It's super important that you feel the way you need to feel, and then go through that journey of healing. If you don't focus on it, it's not going to happen. So just kind of be mindful of those sorts of things. Your feelings are valid. You shouldn't have to push them down or out of the way to serve someone else. Yeah, anyways. I know that's a little yeah, it can be a little difficult to think about sometimes, but it's definitely a really good thing for your mental health and the health of your relationships. Oh my gosh. Thank you. Thank you for the gift subs, Red. I super appreciate that. Anyways, so we are going to go raid Marimizu. For everyone who is new to my chat, what I do is I play a going offline animation while we're getting everything set up. Raider Echo, thanks again. This was fun, and I will see all of you very soon. Bye, everyone.
Bye bye.